Mm, mm. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. 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 Testing, testing. Hello, not here. Hello. Got stories. Got stories to tell today. But first, I need some chips. Without chips, life is just not the same. Without chips, life is sad. Oh, President Sunday is streaming. President Sunday is streaming. What do you call it? Oof. We all ready to giggle. But nobody's giggling on the page, which is sad. Oh, President Sunday looks all tuckered out. Tuckered, Carlson out. Maybe I should. Huh? Oh my gosh. It's been so cold today, I swear. Thought I would. I have to dress warmer from now on. The weather's getting like bad. And by bad, I mean not really bad, but it's just cold. I went to an animal shelter today. And so, I've been busy. I'm gonna tell everybody about it once there's anybody to tell it to. Hold on. Are you still at work? Not here? Are you still at work? Oh, trans women in sports again. Wow, what a new development. Trans women in sports. Holy moly. Who could have seen that coming? Hold on. Since nobody's here, I mean you're here, not here, but you're not talking in the chat, so I'm gonna go and grab my chips. The chip sack is here. Hold on. What can you see? Ah, the chip sack is here. There we go. All hail the chips act. Crab. Let's see. Crab flavored chips. Oh my gosh. Sounds like a treat. Oh, I must like my own stream, of course. Oh my god, what a clumsy. I mean, wow. I'm eating crab. Sort of. I'm stuffing myself with crab. Is anybody here? 2 people watching? How are you, 2 people? How are you, 2 people? How is everything? Nobody's on the site? Wow, I've been abandoned. And my own viewership. And it's actually the time... Oh no, wait, no it's not, actually. Never mind. I was about to say something really silly because my laptop's clock is off. My laptop's clock operates on the Polish time, and I'm not on the Polish time right now. I'm in Ukraine, so it's 1 hour later in Ukraine. It's midnight. I want to see the bad empanada thing. Apparently there's been a bad empanada thing that I should pay attention to. I'll be on site, statue on silly, funny, giggling. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh wow. I have to do something about this. The OBS settings place the chat on very slow, so the chat will be delayed. You cannot feel it because it doesn't appear on screen, but it's probably delayed heavily. Just saying. Just warning you in advance. That is the... Hello Emily S. How are you? I've had a very intense day today. A lot of walking, a lot of... I'm gonna do it again tomorrow as well. It's very... Oh yeah, I wanna... I wanna show you something nice. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. It's my outfit for taking care of animals in the shelter. Okay, I want to show you something. Hold on. God, I don't really have any weird folders on this computer. There's no tax folders on this computer. So I actually might as well just show you. Only early comers to the stream will see it. Oh, hello fake Cal Parker. Only people that come to the stream early are gonna be able to see this extremely exclusive footage. Wait, why is it? God, why isn't it? Alright, it's here. I guess I might as well just set it up like this. I'm gonna add a screen view, and I'm gonna show you you know, what is... Oh my gosh, isn't Sunday? President Sunday. I'm gonna show you a video. So I guess I'm adding display capture, laptop, Yeah, that's gonna be a thing, but whatever. An infinite regress thing. So I guess what I wanna say is I wanna show you this. Okay. Since I've been to the dog thing, well, to the shelter. I'm gonna show you a video from the shelter. See exclusive footage for those who come to stream early. Only those who come to the stream early can see this. I've filmed quite a well. I'm gonna film more tomorrow of the actual thing. Yeah, one of the only dogs in that shelter that are not violent, because a lot of the dogs in that, well, most of the dogs from that shelter are taken from the front line, which means basically that they're all traumatized and they're all very violative. They're all just jumping around, thrashing around in their little pens. But there were about 3 dogs in that shelter that were friendly. And on that video, one of them was the friendly one. And we've been building little houses for them. We've been taking planks, old planks from a big pile of planks that were basically just thrown away, doors even, and we would, from those planks, build little dog houses that would go into their pens so that they can go inside. They're little, they're a little safe space, I guess. So I guess I'm gonna go tomorrow and I'm gonna continue that. Today I was dressed really, really badly for that though. I had to take a lot of breaks because I just felt so cold. I thought I would... There was a person with me that just stayed in the car because she said that she'd die of the cold. I did go out a few times to do stuff, but that person, she was like, no, I'm not going out. I'm gonna die. No, this is freezing temperature. No way. I felt that. It's pretty bad. So I have to wear better pants because these pants are like, I don't know, warm weather pants. I have to wear a lot more layers of clothing and I should be okay. And I'll be working with a little saw, working with a little hammer and building houses for little doggies. Isn't that cool? Why you cold? Well, it's winter is coming in Ukraine and we were working outdoors. You know? I don't really have any proper winter clothing here. So basically that's why. And most of my clothing is pretty thin. So I'll just have to layer it. I'll just have to wear a lot of layers. And that should do the trick. My feet were so cold. My feet felt so cold. Also, I cannot bring any... I need to have my own snack. And I need to have my own, you know, you know, you know, you know, you know. Wow, what a start. What a start of the stream. Just repeating, you know, over and over and over again. Maybe that's why only 2 people are watching on YouTube. Because I'm just talking about animal shelters and building houses. Wooden houses. Little wooden houses. But it's a good cause, you know? It's a really good cause to help animals that were traumatized by the war. I think it's good. Don't you? Wouldn't you like to help at your local shelter? There is probably a local shelter that you could help out at, you know? Those animals, a lot of those animals are so affection starved. That dog from the video that I showed was super affection starved. I think it's a she, but I'm just gonna call her a she. Like later when we were about to leave, I came back to that dog and she started like with her paws, sort of like jumping at me, wanting a hug, and we sort of rubbed noses. Very, 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 very starved for affection. You know? Oh. Nobody cares about my exploit. I have to do something about the settings in the OBS because the chat's delayed. It's not a bug, it's a feature. I have to do something about it. I wonder. Hello, Ty. Why are you only here in spirit? Why are you not here in person? Also, Twitch, of course, does not work. What a shocker. Have no clue why that's the case, but you know, it's whatever. It's whatever. Who even knows? So how is everyone? Before we even start anything, I need to know that anybody's here. I need to know that there's a... Don't eat boogers? I'll make no promises. They're nutritious in their own way. I could eat a dessert. Maybe boogers are off limits, but maybe I could eat a dessert. That could be a thing. Oh my gosh. This camera is not very flattering to me and my looks, is it? I look horrible. I look ugly. I look ugly as sin. And it's okay. You're all used to it by now. You don't come to me for my looks. You come to me for my smart... Okay. That's funny. You come to me for my smarts. Somebody writing? Oh yeah, I wanted to check something. I should have checked it before Wait, Lucy knows what? What do I know? Well, hold on. What do I know, Tai? I want to check something on the phone because I'm like, and it's like, yeah. I'm gonna. Oh wow, I'm gonna send this to my best friend. Skyrim playlist. Wow. Wait, what do I know? Come on, what do I know? What do I know? Oh, you doggy buggy. What a cute little doggy buggy. Uh, I wonder if maybe today the timing. Oh, you mean the chat being delayed? Yeah, I know because I don't know how to fix it from the setup that I have right now. Actually, it's really bad. Just building my Skyrim playlist. Interesting. Skyrim playlist. The thing that President Sunday said nobody will ever be nostalgic for. I should call into President Sunday. You should encourage President Sunday to let me call in or something. Or better yet, for him to raid me. How's that for a thing? How's that for a challenge? Hmm? Oh, 4 people. Wow. Okay, that's cool. That is cooler than anything ever has been cool in the world. How are all the new viewers that came here to hear about my exploits or explorations at the animal shelter today? Helping animals get new wooden houses, dog houses. I'm gonna be talking about something that I'm gonna be pivoting to a completely new area in the world. We're gonna be pivoting to Sri Lanka because something so outrageous happened that I just have to talk about it. When the time comes, of course. When the time comes, we're gonna be talking about what happened in Sri Lanka. Maybe some of you already know if you're on my Discord. Some of you might already be aware, or if you're Boy Meets Meanie, then you're also super aware of what happened. So yeah, we should have music playing in the background. A sort of music. Oh, I know. I know. Hmm. I think that's it. Hmm. I'm looking for a specific. Hmm. Brink of Time. Sewer. Bunga Bunga. Magus Castle. Shining Mountain. Corridor of Time. Nope, that's not it. Might as well. Hmm. 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 Oh, okay, that's the perfect theme for me. There we go. That's the perfect music for a stream background. Maybe a bit too loud. How's that? We have music now. Oh my gosh. Perfect. That makes this stream perfect. It is Chrono Trigger. Good ear. It is indeed Chrono Trigger. I know, nobody appreciates my good choices. That's the problem. Problem is not me. The problem is the world. I think. Is that right? I'm trying to... Nagus. Oh, there we go. That's the one that I wanted. For our little very well focused stream. Oof. What should I do? 7 people now, perfect. All appreciators of Chrono Trigger. I appreciate you appreciating Chrono Trigger. And the stream, of course. Oh yeah, maybe if there's time we'll be playing a game later or whatever. A game that I'll download right now. What game should we play? I cannot play Manor Lords in the stream. You will not appreciate it. As in, it's not gonna be interesting. I didn't mean it like you're not gonna be appreciating. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. I didn't mean it in a bad way. I meant it in a completely amazing and respectful way. In a loving way. And like, you know. So let's find something that you would find interesting. Cool game that you'd be like, oh my god, this game, oh, boo. What is your favorite genre of games? Maybe let's start there. Maybe let's try including the chat in things for once. What is your favorite genre of games? Whoever responds first wins a prize. I like Mario Lords. Yeah, but do you like me watching me play it? That's the question. Oh, yes. Would you like to see me playing it? So yeah, answer me this. Riddle me this, Riddler, you know? What is your favorite genre of games? Bad Empanada's high IQ audience. What a title for a stream. What a stream. I wonder if I ever gotten a response. Wow. Nobody's interested. Oh gosh, the line. Oh no, I missed last night's line. I could have called in or something to talk to Josie Rose. That could have been cool. Bail from President Sunday to watch you. Hello, Simon Pierre Dubay. I saw you. Unfortunately, I don't have Final Fantasy Tactics on the laptop. I have it on my desktop. So unfortunately, I cannot play that on the laptop until I sort RetroArch, the exact save that I have on my desktop. Unfortunately. What is President Sunday up to, Simon? What is President Sunday up to today on stream? Apart from beefing with Bad Empanada, which Bad Empanada has made a video about me. As if you didn't know. When I was still a VTuber. I made a comment in President Sunday's chat and someone's like, oh, I'm in Kiev, I'm in Ukraine. Like, someone in the chat was like, oh, you're that VTuber that was owned by Bad Empanada. I'm back from food. What happened? We're discussing Bad Empanada. Can you link it? Although maybe don't. You bailed to avoid. I guess you bailed President Sunday stream to avoid that topic, so maybe don't. Maybe don't link it. Would be nice to get raided by President Sunday though. So yeah, okay. There are people watching right now actually, so I might as well repeat. I went to a animal shelter today to help with constructing little houses for dogs to be in. They're all dogs from the front line, so they're very traumatized and they're very aggressive. They're very violative. So they sort of trash around their pens and, well, they're very nervous. And I've sort of been constructing those little wooden houses for dogs today. And unfortunately, I've severely underestimated the weather. It was extremely cold. And yeah, I had to take frequent breaks. I'm gonna continue this tomorrow. Yeah, it's not their fault. They're basically victims of war. They're one of the silent victims of war in Ukraine, traumatized by what's happening on the front line. And now they're in the shelter. So they have like there's a row of these little pens, and we're constructing smaller dog houses, and we're putting them inside of those pens so like the dogs can hide in them. So tomorrow I'm gonna get a lot more layers of clothing, and I'm gonna go again. The meetup too, it's north of Kiev. It's not in the city itself, it's north of Kiev. So tomorrow 9:30 a.m. there's a meetup. We're gonna be riding in a bus, and we're gonna be arriving at the shelter again. No snacks are provided and no drinks are provided, so I have to take that with me. And yeah, that's really, I think it's a pretty good thing to do. And I've shown a video at the start of the stream of me petting one of the friendly dogs, because there are 3 dogs there that are pretty friendly. I would say more than friendly. They are extremely affection starved. This one dog that I've petted, like sort of jumped at me. Not aggressively, but sort of came at me with her paws, wanting a hug, wanting to be constantly hugged. Very, very... I think it's the normal thing to do, right? To sort of try to help whenever you can. I think it's just normal. It's the normal thing to do. So tomorrow is gonna be the second day of volunteering and maybe I'll try to do an interview with the coordinator. I wanted to interview him today, but it was so cold. Oh my god. It was just unbearably cold. Yeah. Unfortunately. But you know, I'm gonna pet her tomorrow as well. Really very sad. Very sad aspect of the war that I assume is not talked about at all. I don't think how animals sort of suffer because of the war. I don't think many people talk about it. I can maybe think of one creator that actually talked about the effect that the war has on animals. A single creator that ever talked about Ukraine that sort of did breach that subject, and even sort of tries to promote an organization that helps animals, which by the way is a good organization. You can donate to it. Maybe I'll show it myself later. It's not the organization that takes care of the shelter that I went to, but it's still a very good organization that is worth sort of supporting. Ignorance is a weapon that few realize is powerful. Yeah, it is a weapon, and it's a very frequently utilized weapon. People don't realize just how much it's utilized. The weapon of ignorance. So you're here for theory, Simon Pierre Dubé. I'll try to sort of, you know what sort of streamer I am, right? YouTubers usually have some feel-good videos about animals, which with brigades on frontline adopting some they find. I mean, I can think of at least one creator that sort of talked about how animals have it not well. But it's worth remembering. So yeah, have you seen any of my streams before, Simon? You must have seen, right? You know what sort of what sort of content I navigate towards, right? Because you said you like theory, but I guess in my case, I don't really do philosophy. Technically speaking, we could be talking about international relations a bit, since I've been sort of getting in on that a bit. we could be talking about nuclear deterrence theory, but mostly I do history. Because if you're interested in history, then that's sort of what I provide. And of course, I comment on politics, stuff like the war in Ukraine. I'm gonna be talking about Sri Lanka today because there's been a very bad development in Sri Lanka. There's been a very bad incident. Well, incident. It's hard to call it incident, but there's been an act of violence by the police in Sri Lanka, and I don't think anybody's gonna be talking about it. Unless it's Boy Meets Mimi, a creator that talks about South Asia. Polish politics is kind of a blind spot for me. Yeah, I sometimes talk about Polish politics, but Polish politics is not really a thing that gets a lot of views, a lot of traction. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm a small streamer, a very small streamer. You could call me micro streamer, but I have this small audience that is very generous. Although most of my usual audience is not here right now, surprisingly enough. A few of the people that usually watch me are not here right now. But you know, I can't really expect people to watch me every single day. You know? People talk about Israel. Oh, thank you. Love my name being pronounced perfectly. Oh, am I pronouncing it correctly? I do my best. Wow. Thank you. I do my best. Thank you so much. Are these Canadian dollars? Thank you. I'm gonna love it. I'm gonna give it a heart. Also consider joining the page. I know that White Forest has a bit of a reputation, but you know, still consider. So yeah, Polish politics. Polish politics is tied to the war in Ukraine. But what I wanted to say that no, it's okay. Any dollars are good for me because I use the Polish currency. I'm not sure if you know, but Poland does not have the euro. Poland has its own currency called the Polish zloty. And for context, I guess, to give you perspective, I see. To give you perspective, $1 is worth 4 Polish zloty. So the Polish currency is 4 times weaker than the US dollar. And it's of course something along those lines, worth less than the euro. And probably also a few times less worth than the Canadian dollar as well. So yeah. But what I wanted to say is that people speak about Israel-Palestine a lot. People talk about Ukraine with decreased frequency, which is pretty strange considering that it's still the biggest war in Europe since World War II. And of course, nobody talks about Myanmar. Nobody talks about it. And especially, nobody talks about Sri Lanka. Nobody talks about the atrocities conducted by the government on the Tamil people. That's not even a top. That's a topic on nobody's lips, I'm afraid. And the things that are happening there are really, really bad. So I wanted to discuss at least one topic today on Sri Lanka, because what happened is so bad that it's shocking to me that it's not being more widely discussed. you know. So if you're interested in that, then I can certainly provide it. And of course later we're gonna play a game probably. What is your favorite genre of games? People did not tell me what their favorite genre of games is. So many wars and conflicts happening, I have difficulty digesting them all. Well, unfortunately, I mean, it is natural to sort of not want to digest it all, but I feel like it's important to be informed on what's going on in the world. I feel like it's pretty important to at least know that something's happening. RPG, JRPG, adventure fighting. We could play a JRPG. JRPGs. We could be playing a JRPG today. What sort of game do I have? You like Dragon Quest? Do you like Dragon Quest? I guess. No way, that's on Steam? Oh my, no, wait, since when is this on Steam? Hold on. Oh wow. Oh my gosh. Wow. And I have it in my library. I didn't even know. Oh my gosh. I think the song is Breath of Fire. This is from Chrono Trigger. I'm just playing the soundtrack for Chrono Trigger. You have Saga Frontier? I do have Saga Frontier. Would be nice to have some Breath of Fire free. Oh, I actually played it on stream. I have it on my desktop and I want to play it on stream. Again, I'll be playing Breath of Fire free 100%. Maybe I'll even play it on... Maybe I'll download RetroArch, configure it, of course not right now, and then get Breath of Fire free and play it. Maybe that will be tomorrow's stream. Breath of Fire free, especially since, yeah, I do like showing up Breath of Fire free. It's a pretty cool game. I do like showing up Breath of Fire free. I actually like Breath of Fire free more than 4, which might be a controversial opinion to some, but I stand by it. I think I like Breath of Fire free more than 4. And I actually like Breath of Fire 5, which people, that's a hot take in certain circles. Liking Breath of Fire 5 is considered heresy by some. What do you think of Dragon Quest Builders? Maybe we should play that. That would be a cool game to play on stream. Dragon Quest Builders 2. I'm gonna go to the toilet, and in the meantime, you tell me if you like the idea of me playing Dragon Quest Builders today. And also invite all of your friends and family to this stream because I'm trying to grow an audience, and you know, it's tough. It's tough being a Polish person with an accent. I don't know. It's not easy growing an audience, it seems, to me, for me. It's okay, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it like a family or something. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'm gonna grab a dessert as well. I feel like grabbing a dessert. My mom doesn't speak English? Oh. Maybe the rest of your family. It's not just Dragon Quest, it's Dragon Quest Builders too. So it's Dragon Quest Minecraft, basically. And ironically. We'll be right back. I should take a shower. So I'm gonna eat the. Hello, Malaki. Oh my gosh, it's been a while since you've been here. I feel like it's been years. How have you been, Malaki? I have not seen you in many streams. I'm in Ukraine right now. I'm streaming from Ukraine. Can you believe it? Can you believe that I'm streaming from the capital of Ukraine? Finally, I got the streaming laptop. I'm streaming from Ukraine. Went to the animal shelter today. Pretty cool. I'm eating a tiramisu. True. I'm gonna be going to the animal shelter tomorrow as well. It's gonna be great. Should I call in President Sunday or something? Feels like this is a necessity of the age. Firstly, it seems like I'm a persona non grata. Exactly. I'm a persona non grata in President Sunday circles. He's not rating me at all. He's heavily promoting kid not kin. That's okay. I'm gonna grow without anybody's help, okay? I don't need networking. Laboratory? What laboratory? Glitchmaster now understands. I think Glitchmaster understands. I don't need networking. I don't need to do all the things that streamers need to do to succeed in order to succeed. I will succeed without it. Okay? You're too small for Sunday, sadly. You used to rate me when I was smaller, so... Or maybe he thinks I'm a lost cause. Maybe he's decided that if I haven't grown by now, then I'm a lost cause. Or something. I should do the thing with Brooks again. We were supposed to do it once a week. I'll be done. I'm gonna DM him right now. Where is Brooks? I'm gonna message him right now. Do our... Alright, I messaged him. I do various type of engineering scientific stuff right now. I'm on my organic chemistry apparatus. Brooks is based. Yeah, we're supposed to be having a once per week meeting for gaming related discussions. Ooh, what a stream, huh? Exciting. What do you think? Dragon with Builders too. Been on the Quarantine Collective for some time now. Not interacting much, but they're very interesting. Wait, what's with the Pogo, Glitchmaster? What happened? What happened, Glitchmaster? Why did you make that face? What's with the face? Is there... I need a napkin, don't I? Huh? Exhilarating. Wait. Are you criticizing this stream? Hold on, are you criticizing this stream for not being good enough? You don't like me chatting with the chat? I wish I could be in Ukraine right now. I'd build so many drones. Interestingly enough, this might very well fascinate you because there's a government program which allows people, citizens, to buy drone fragments from the government. There's instructions as well, and assemble the drone, right? What happened to the... You assemble the drone, the mouse cursor just disappeared. And if you do a good job, you get paid by the government. The government sort of buys the prepared drone off of you, and it gets used on the battlefield. There's a whole governmental project. Just playful banter. Oh, thank you, Glitchmaster, for the playful banter. So isn't that interesting? I've been meaning to look into this. I've been meaning to go into the city that does this project and talk about it because it feels pretty interesting to me. This... Probably not how experimentally is. I'm not sure if unpredictability is something that is welcomed. Something that might, how should I say, something that might potentially misfire, right? Backfire on the drone operators or something. I'm not sure. I actually don't know. I don't know, the program is pretty interesting of private citizens being able to assemble drones, sell them back to the government, and the drones are used. That's pretty cool. Man. Maybe you could get into the topics now. There are quite a few people watching. And by quite a few people, I mean more than 0. And for me, more than 0 is always appreciated. Like 10 or something. I've been told to multi-stream, but the problem is that I cannot get Twitch to work, which is a bummer. I struggle to get drone parts. Well, if you were in Ukraine, you could sign on to that program and buy them of the government and assemble the drone to give it to the government for inspection. If they inspected it and said, yeah, it's actually assembled to standard, then they'd pay you and use it. Very interesting stuff. Also, if you enjoy the stream, which might not be super exhilarating right now, not super exciting right now, then consider donating or subscribing, because that is what I depend on. I've had pretty big expenses lately because I've conducted... It's Chrono Trigger. It's really good music. I've conducted 3 interviews, and I didn't want to conduct them using broken Polish with Ukrainian that's broken. I didn't want to use this weird mixture of Polish and bare bones Ukrainian, so I got a translator. And translators take money. Translators have translators fees, so I had to pay a translator their fee, which means that I'm sort of, that's another one of expenses. If it wasn't of having to take care of my mom, I would move to Ukraine. I mean, taking care of your mom is important. She's one of the closest people probably. So it's important to take care of mom. Mom took care of you, and now you take care of mom. I think. I assume. I apologize if I going overboard with assumptions. But yeah, it's good. It's good to take care of your mom. It's a worthy thing to do in of itself. So yes, as I've said, translator fees and all that. If you, I'm glad I managed a very accurate, because people's family situations are not always, people's situations are different. It's not always clear cut. So. I actually still own one translator money. I work a lot and she cooks stuff and she's a good supportive person as well. That is a great thing to have in your life. Supportive people that are there for you when you need them. That is a very important thing to have in life. Actually, let me see if I've sent the doggos to my friends. Aww. I should start topics soon because we're just chilling. Most of what I was left of my family died in the last 4 years. Grandfather, 2 uncles, and 2 cousins. I only have my mad sister left. What was what? Wait, what was what? Oh my gosh. Yeah. Losing family members is pretty devastating. Wait, what was that? What was what? You asked what was that, and I'm asking you what was what. Why are we getting raided by President Sunday? Is that what's happening? Wow. I think we've exhausted the entirety of the Chrono Trigger soundtrack. Yeah, we have. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Boogers. Oh, come on, fake Alec Kyle Parker. You can say something else. But again, if you like what I do, if you if you have mercy on me and my new increased stuff, then maybe you could consider supporting your favorite streamer, which hopefully it's me. Hopefully it's me. It's me, right? Is it me you're looking for? Hold on. Lucy should be more popular than President Sunday. Oh, maybe. It's not a contest. Okay, I like to be humble and say that I'd like to have 30 concurrent viewers. I used to say 50, but now I've decided to downscale my ambitions to 30. 30 concurrent viewers on each stream. That's my current ambitions. How is that? Is that over ambitious? Am I overshooting to the stars? Am I being arrogant? Am I being too arrogant for my own sake? Oh my gosh. I already have limited monetization on my own stream. $100 million. Let me check my budget. Salud. 100 viewers? No, that's far. That's out of my league. That's out of my league. Right now we have 6 on YouTube. So if we could have 30, that would be good. I would be happy. I'd be happy with 30 concurrent viewers tuning in every single time. That would be like a dream come true. The Lucy Haza show. Yeah, we're gonna check this out. Hold on. Have we checked this? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow. Schultz thing. What a photo. Wow. What? We have to read this. Okay, I wanna... This is so weird. Russia mounts pressure on northeastern front. First permanent US base in Poland is a game changer for NATO. Permanent base. Alright. Uh-oh. Communist Poland victims. Oh, this is an important topic. I'm definitely in the topic of kidnapped children because I've had like 4 interviews with the organization that rescues kidnapped children, so we're definitely getting in on that. I can afford that, I guess. Thank you, Malaki. Thank you for the $5. It means a lot. It means a lot. Thank you. That actually goes a long way towards, for example, paying a translator. So that's actually a lot of money. Oof. I'm so on the subject of the children. This is horrible. Wait, what is horrible? You mean the children, right? You mean the kidnapped children? Yeah, you mean that, right? Yeah. I'm gonna have to start writing the articles based on these. I really wanna interview the people that were rescued from the occupied territories. And I think slowly but surely the the opportunity for me to do that is opening, to talk to some people that were rescued from the occupied areas. I think it's very important right now for that sort of stuff to be released, you know? I think it's extremely important right now. I've not received any response to my email. Google. Nope. Nope. I look so sad. Oh my gosh, I look so devastated with this pose, with this camera thing. It looks like I look so sad. I do this face. I look devastated. Which means you should be feeling sorry for me, and I'm not optimistic with Trump being elected in the US. A scary event for my own country. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. We've been talking yesterday about the fact that Trump's new budget ideas will make a lot of people homeless and keep a lot of people in homelessness. I mean, there's a lot of things that will not be okay under Trump. It's the whole thing. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough 4 years for the world, but mostly for Ukraine. It's gonna be tough. The immediate time, the inauguration. Putin is really banking on it. Putin is trying to get Ukraine out of Kursk. But that's a whole other story. We're gonna have to probably start focusing more on trans topics. I've not been doing trans topics for a long time, but it feels like it's gonna have to be at least a little bit of a focus for me because, I am trans and I do care about trans people no matter where they live. What continent, country, or whatever. It's important to talk about it when the rights are really threatened. Oh yeah, the tariffs. You've got the tariffs, 20% tariff on all products from abroad. Amazing. Not understanding why tariffs existed in the past to begin with, which was basically to tariffs historically were used as a protectionist sort of thing. Oh, thank you for the tier 1. Sorry you have to go through that, Emily. Yeah. In this, Trump is going to ban trans adult medical care, and he's going to force schools to have prayer and Bible. Well, we're gonna have to see what happens. We're gonna have to look very closely at the policies regarding trans healthcare and education for that matter, because it seems like Trump wants to liquidate the Ministry of Education, Department of Education, I'm sorry. Even though, as I understand in the US, the Department of Education does not have all that much say to begin with. So I'm not even sure what's the point of getting rid of it. Like, I have to read a lot more about it, because the US education system is a lot more complicated than in many countries. It's all delegated basically already to the states. All the states dictate their own curriculum. Funding of schools is also mostly dictated state by state. 90% of the budget is state by state. I think the Department of Education only provides like 10% of education funds to various states. So we'll see. Like, I'm interested. I'm interested in the whole Department of Education. The U.S. education is a mess to begin with. There are a lot of things that I have criticism of when it comes to the U.S. education. Things like funding of schools being tied to uh, the property tax. That's a pretty big bad one. And I feel like the fact that each state creates its own curriculum can also create certain uneven results when it comes to education, can create sort of disparities between children that go to school in one state and the children that go to school. It feels like that sort of hurts the consistency of the education between the states, but I'm not sure how that's been historically handled in the US. I don't have that information. So again, um, I would have to look into it. Honestly. Next Democrat president in 2028 will have to pick up the pieces and restructure the government back to the way it was. Project 2025 has a plan to destroy the FBI, and I say that literally and physically, like no longer existing. Jesus. I hope a woman like Jasmine going to plead allegiance, lack of separation of state and church, or both. Pretty wild. Yeah, that is pretty wild. But then again, you have already countries that exist like that. I don't know. I can see a lot of different problems. We're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see. I have to watch and see what happens. But I'm definitely going to be focusing more on trans issues moving forward, as during Trump's tenure as the boss of the country or whatever. You know? Yeah, but listen, maybe the US is not ready. Maybe the US is not ready for a woman. US voters are not ready. You know? We'll see. We'll have to see. Okay, so do we go to the topic of the day, which is very depressing? A very depressing topic of the day today. Yeah. We're gonna be. Maybe we'll have Brooks on. Maybe. Maybe we'll have Brooks on. Depending on how it goes. And then I want to move on to topics. Things are pretty tough, but I think number one, being informed about it is important. And number two, it's also important to know what your options are. There's a very important thing that my grandfather told me many years ago. Loads of years ago. That sort of made me think about things in a different light. He would tell me, sure, politics can be extremely boring. Politics, there are certain parts of politics that are boring. Definitely boring. And it can be a drag, but if you aren't sort of informed on what's going on, if you're not sort of keeping track of the world and of how the situation in your country and beyond your country develops, then one day you just might wake up in a totally unpleasant reality and it will be far too late for you to do anything about it. Because you were uninformed, because you were caught unaware. That fly. Listen, I don't like the fly, but I have to get a thing. I have to get a spray. I have to get a I just cannot find the anti-bug spray anywhere in Kyiv. I have to Google. I guess I'll have to Google a specialized store for anti-bug spray, which is weird, but it is what it is, I guess. It is what it is. I have to look especially for the anti-bug spray. Like Jesus Christ Almighty. You know? So see, I've shared my grandfather's wisdom. I've shared my grandfather's wisdom with you. I hope you agree with it. I hope it agrees with you. Supply is limited? Wait, supply of what? Oh, of anti-bug spray, you think? No, I don't think it's limited, they just don't sell it in many places. Supply is limited. Is it really? I feel like in Poland you can just buy it anywhere. It's weird. I feel like in Poland it's so easy to get anti-bug spray. But for some reason here it's so difficult. I entered a store. I was like, is there an anti-bug spray here? And the lady was like, yeah, -1 floor, just go. I was like, okay. I went to the -1 floor and asked the lady there, okay, anti-bug spray? And she looked at me, there's no such thing here. I was like, and why did the lady upstairs tell me that there is? Here. Like, whatever. I'm not gonna whine and complain. I'm not gonna whine and complain. But I do like whining and complaining. Some people would definitely attest to the fact that I do like whining and complaining. I'm a whiner and complainer. Really could make a drone chasing flies. Wow, that'd be cool. That'd be actually pretty cool, unironically, to have a drone that would just exterminate flies in the apartment with some sort of anti-fly weapon system. That'd be pretty cool. To have like a thing flying around, and although probably a lot of people are not super happy with drone noises. Like a lot of people, if they hear like a drone buzzing around the apartment, it'd be like, holy, you know? And also, there's the matter of, what should I, actually, when we were leaving the animal shelter, I've asked, I've asked the people, the coordinator and the other guy, if there have been instances where drones would fly overhead where we were working, and the person was like, it rarely happens. And I asked, oh, so when was the last time it happened? Never. And I'm like, wait, so it's not rarely, it's never. And the person said, well, there's been one time when we heard drones 2 kilometers away from here, and then we heard the anti-air shoot it down. So it's not never. Jesus. Hello, lettuce. I don't know, it's like pulling teeth. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty well. Have you seen any of my Kyiv streams? This is my third Kyiv stream. How do you like? And with camera. This is my second stream from Kyiv that has camera on. Second one. You should go to President Sunday and tell him Lucy is streaming, and Lucy is streaming from Kyiv. Kyiv stream. Amazing Ukraine stream. Need some love. Okay? Need some love. Especially since today we're gonna be discussing a topic Saw a little bit of the first one. The first one had no camera. The first one was scuffed as hell. It had no camera. Now I do have a camera, so it's all better. I am doing night shift, so can just watch as much as I would want. Oh, okay. What do you do for a night shift? Maybe you've already told me once, but if I'm being ignorant on the matter, then I apologize. I apologize if I'm being ignorant. My deepest apologies. I'm doing a night shift as well. Technically speaking, it's 36 past midnight. So technically speaking, I'm doing a night shift as well. Right? That's right. I'm gonna see if Brooks will be able to call in today. If Brooks will be able to call in today, that'll be swell. That'll be right there. Pretty good stuff for me to showcase. And then we'll be able to discuss animals. I'm working at a big factory carving metal elements on a CNC machine. What are the elements for? What elements are you carving? I'm interested actually. What elements are you carving? Unless it's a secret. You're already tomorrow. That's right. That's right. I'm 37 past midnight. It's already tomorrow. I became fascinated by your work. So you should tell me more about it. Carving metal elements. CNC. Yeah. So what are the elements for? Are they for drones? I want to dox myself. It's related to cars. I guess that's enough for me. If you say that it's related to cars and that more information would dox you, then I guess that's enough for me. Cars. That's pretty cool. That's pretty interesting. You're in the car industry. Do you know a lot about cars? Base CNC operator. Are you a car expert? I'm not very good with cars, to be honest. I'm not exactly super good with cars. Cars. Oh wow. Where the hell is Go's hand? Now I wanna like snipe President Sunday for a second and see if he's debating someone. This for tires. You need metal molds to create tires of a certain type, and I make those molds. Oh wow. You mean like in the metal, right? And you get the tire around this sort of mold, right? Like the tire itself is wrapped around that mold, right? Maybe Lucy could call in on President's Sunday stream if she has disagreements. I should, shouldn't I? I do have disagreements, of course. I do have disagreements. I have tons of disagreements. More disagreements than the stars in the heaven itself. My biggest disagreement is that President Sunday is not rating me. Yeah, you might call those small texts and stripes and markings. Oh, ornaments, you could say. That's pretty cool. The ornament. He's taking call-ins, but he's kind of mean. Wait, hold on. He is taking call-ins? Alright, I'm gonna go to the waiting room. There you go. I'm in the waiting room. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh wow. But it's content, I guess. Okay. All right, let's go. I'm in the waiting room. President Sunday stream. Hold on. I'm gonna snipe him. Where's God? I don't see. There you are. No, that's the wrong browser. My mouse cursor keeps disappearing. Something's bugged. Oh, it's back. It's back. Never mind, it's back. False alarm.
Oh my god, you are loud. Did I have you turned up? Yeah, I did, because you were very quiet once.
Me? Oh.
What's up?
Hello. How are you? I've come with so many disagreements about life and everything.
Disagreements with me?
Of course, always. As
Okay,
per usual.
Can I pee first?
Yes, of course.
Okay, entertain chat and show your channel. Okay, I'll be right back.
Hello, I'm Lucy Hazet. I am the biggest Polish trans streamer. I do history, politics. Right now I'm in Kyiv, Ukraine. I've been here for a while now. And it's my third time streaming from Kyiv, actually. Second time having a camera. So that's a thing. And I guess I can talk about what I do here. I mainly do interviews with orgs like Save Ukraine. Save Ukraine saves children that have been kidnapped by the Russian Federation. So I talk with them. I'm getting some in-depth, sort of like crazy stories. And I wish to move on to talk with the rescued people themselves. Like sort of families that were rescued by the organization from the occupied territory. Yes. Wow, that's a really long toilet thing. What else can I say? I've had 3 interviews over the course of the last few days with a child. One with the child. Maybe I'm not sure if I should be saying all this, all things considered, because I'll probably be saying all this to President Sunday in a moment. So I don't know. It feels like I should save all my disagreements as well. Also, I'm hearing an echo, so I'm not sure what's happening. Maybe I'm being put on loud speaker. Good plug? Really? Wow, thank you. Consider, because I've been doing those interviews. I'm from Poland, and Polish and Ukrainian are technically speaking very similar. Have you heard all that or?
No, I was getting digestive biscuits.
Oh. So, how have you been?
I'm good now. I got my cookies. What's up?
Well, I don't know. You've been neglecting me lately. I'm here to complain about it.
No, I'm not.
But you said, what do you mean?
I'm being kind to you.
Kind?
Mm-hmm.
How?
Because what I have learned
is
that when you are reliant on somebody else's raids, somebody else's debates, you start building an audience that is attached to them and doesn't grow you.
You see, that baiting me is a kindness.
Exactly.
Not enough Final Fantasy tactics. So I guess I'm in Kyiv right now. This is my 3rd stream from Kyiv, you know?
How's it going?
I've been sort of going for this organization called Save Ukraine. You know about it? Mm-hmm. Or should I explain? Yeah? You know about it?
Yeah.
Really, yeah? Or should I explain?
It's like you're just like rebuilding like buildings and like helping like with food.
No, Save Ukraine
like
is
right?
Save Ukraine as a specific organization that sort of deals with rescuing children that have been kidnapped by the Russian Federation and Russified into being Russian citizens. I've had 3 interviews within the span of the last few days. One is
interesting. Have you published them?
I'm sort of probably gonna write articles about it. I've also done video, but not all of the people wanted me to use the video for anything else than to listen back and write articles. But first person was a child psychologist that works with the children that come from Russia traumatized, and it's pretty tough because the children are told, oh God, I guess. The second interview was with a person that organizes rescue operations. She actually did not want to spill the beans too much about how it happens. And then the third interview was with the right hand of the founder of the organization. And she actually spilled a little bit about how the operation is conducted. She told me like it's a spy movie. Like the child has to go to a specific tree, say a specific code word. And
can I stop you right there? Just to be clear. If this is stuff that they're mum about, is this something you should be talking about live?
No, because she gave it to me as part of my interview for the article. When it's something secret, they would say it's secret, we can tell you.
Or they were, are you sure they had good judgment when they did that?
No, I don't think anything can come up of saying that there are secret code words and secret trees that people come to. I don't think it can be traced to anything.
Okay.
I think it's fine.
Okay.
Because I said that I'd be using this for an article. And I guess the weirdest thing that I've heard from the right hand of the owner is when she said that children are being told that World War II never ended.
Well, that's interesting.
It is pretty wild. That Germany is trying to defeat Russia through Ukraine. That is something that is extremely wild to me. And I've actually asked for some official statement from Russia that would sort of, demonstrate that this happens. But she told me that it's mainly taken from the children's testimonies, that they tell them what they've heard from the Russian revolts. So I've sort of asked for if I could have access to those testimonies, and I've been told to talk to somebody from the organization, and then maybe I'll get access to those children's testimonies. So that could be interesting, because I've never seen anybody who talks about this topic report on this sort of weird angle that Russians say to children that World War II never ended and it's still ongoing. Apparently that it's not just Ukrainian children, like Russian children are apparently told this as well in Russia. That is pretty wild. But I have to confirm it. I have to confirm it somehow. And
I think I do. Are you going live tomorrow?
Yeah.
What time?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna return because I've been in an animal shelter today. A lot of the day.
Yeah, so you're live. Are you live right now?
I am, yeah.
Okay. How late are you going till?
Probably till 3 or 4. Like 2-3 more hours. Because I have a topic today, a pretty heavy topic to talk about Sri Lanka. There's been a family that has been assaulted by the police that's without a uniform. And it's a very weird story. I mean, it's not weird if you sort of understand what the government's doing, but a family had an accident on motorbikes. It was not their fault. It was some drunk person's fault. And then the police came without uniforms or anything. They wanted documents from them, and they refused because only sort of like police people in uniforms can demand that of you. And then the police assaulted the whole family, even the 2-month child.
Okay.
Yes.
Guys, you can find Lucy Haze
What's that?
At Lucy Haze on YouTube. She's got really good historical content, and she's in Ukraine currently, writing articles on projects to help save Ukrainian children kidnapped by Russians.
Yeah, to sort of Russify them. I'm trying to get the opportunity to talk to the families that were rescued from occupied areas in Ukraine. And it's very interesting because there are two sort of channels through which they're being rescued. The one channel is near the front line, and one channel is through the official border. And if I could get somehow a hold of any press related document, then I could probably go to the frontline thing up there and talk to the people that rescue people from the occupied areas. But we'll see if we'll see if the Polish press agency that I've sent an article to will like it. So that's still in the.
Nice talking to you. Take it easy. I'll if you're still live when I'm done, I'll read into you.
Okay, thank you.
But again, to reiterate, if you want to subscribe to Lucy and hear more, her content is actually really high quality. Lucy Haze.
Yes.
You're looking for a duck. All right.
That's right. Well then, we'll see you. Right. I guess that's it. So where am I? Where am I? Am I in anyone's Discord? No. Oh, who? Oh. Call data. Right. That's been a thing. So yeah. I guess we can get to topics. I wonder if anybody. Yeah, it's denazify Ukraine. But the fact that the children are taught that all right. Yes, you were live this whole time? Yes. Yes. Did you not receive a notification that I was live? Let's see if I've earned any subscribers. I've lost subscribers actually recently. Quite a lot. I've lost quite a lot of subscribers recently. I think it's because people are just burnt out on politics. Great hustle. Thank you. I've been on the. I think I've already said it, but I've been doing some animal work, some serious animal work today. Sort of, because I was very cold. It's complicated. It's getting really cold in Ukraine. I tried my best. I'll have to dress better, and I have to go and help little doggies. I believe I actually posted a link on President Sunday's Discord. It's called, it might be dead accounts too. Yeah, that happens as well. You're right. YouTube periodically cleanses inactive accounts or dead accounts and then plummets. But I know much bigger streamers that have lost quite a lot of subscribers right after the election. And I know their content is not bad. It's just that people were really affected by that election and they were like, nope, I'm taking a break. I cannot right now. I just cannot. Even if I like the person that I watch, I just cannot right now. I'm unsubscribing for at least the foreseeable future. And that's why people lost subscribers after the election, after Trump won. And you cannot really blame people for that. You know? Yeah, I think it's understandable. That's why I'm sort of making this. I'm trying to make it that content will have a very clear distinction between content that's politics, history, etc., for people that are still sort of in the headspace to even deal with this sort of thing. And then it's going to be like more clearly separated. We are relaxing now and just, playing a game or whatever so that we can switch our minds off a bit and just, regenerate a bit. It's sort of important to be able to regenerate if possible. Like there are people that are not able to do that because of their circumstances, but it's always important to sort of find this moment when you just can find something that brings you joy, something that relaxes you, and just sort of just do it for a bit without thinking about anything else, without worrying about anything else. I guess you could say that's part of taking care of yourself. Pretty important. Pretty important if you are to keep the energy to do the thing that is important later on. Tired of US politics. Yeah, US politics are the politics that affect the world. Okay, I guess we're gonna be talking about the Sri Lanka thing now because pretty cool. The lie detectors. For judgment. I have to think about it actually. Alright, let's go. Let's go. There's no time like tomorrow. There's no time like right now. We're gonna be talking about the thing that happened with the Tamil family. I feel like not many people are going to be actually reporting on this, talking about this in the online space. And I'm gonna preface this just in case. I'm by no means an expert on the Tamil genocide that is being perpetuated in Sri Lanka. I know a little bit about it as far as I sort of researched and read about it. So my sort of commentary on it might be a little bit I I don't want to say lacking, but I sort of want to say I'll do my best. I'll do my best. I think the thing itself is already appalling enough that you will see why I've decided to talk about it. I sort of feel like Sri Lanka is being really, there's a lot of awfulness happening in Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh has been a bit covered by Myanmar as well, and it's not really super talked about. I mean, I understand that like creators cannot talk about everything everywhere all like at once always, but I think it might be worth to at least hint, touch on the thing that is happening, right? That it's not all good in the world outside of Ukraine and Israel Palestine, that there are a lot of horrible things happening that are just sort of quiet, that are not talked about, and by many countries they're being quietly even endorsed. All right, window capture. Oh, okay, it's perfectly on the thing that I want right off the bat. Perfect, good. Um, Transform, fit to screen. Excellent, beautiful. Now I make myself small. Perfect. We have the setting to start talking about the thing. We are in, but I don't see the chat right now, so I'm gonna have one chat here. Sorry, I'm still all over the place because I'm still getting used to the laptop sort of to doing the laptop whole thing with the streaming. So I'm gonna go to YouTube and we're gonna jump into the thing straight away. I'm gonna be reading an article and we're gonna be commenting on how it sort of relates to the wider picture, which there is of course a wider picture. Alright. Shock and outrage in Jaffna as Sri Lankan police assault Tamil baby. I'm actually not sure how the letter J is pronounced in Sri Lanka, so I'm sort of doing my best with the reading. So I guess we're gonna jump straight into this particular story. Hold on. Sri Lankan police officers in Jaffna. I'm gonna go with this pronunciation for now. For the until I get corrected, this is the pronunciation that I'm sort of going to go with. Sri Lankan police officers in Jaffna assaulted several Tamil civilians in Chunkam. I'm not being very consistent with the pronunciation thing. Last night, including a woman and her 2-month-old baby, in an incident that has sparked outrage and demands for justice amid ongoing police brutality. The incident began after a Tamil family, and this is an important part because there's been a genocide actually happening against the Tamil people. It's been ongoing for many, many years, and it's surprisingly underreported. The Sri Lanka is an extremely militarized country. I think the government, if I'm not mistaken, last time I checked, it spends close to 50% of its GDP for the purpose of militarization of its society. And basically what happened is there were two people. I'm giving you a really, really simplistic version of the history. So people that are more in depth in this might be mad at me, but basically it's been colonized. There were two people living in that area, roughly speaking. They've been smashed by the colonizing force into one country, sort of artificially, and the Tamil became sort of a minority in this sort of squashed together country, and they've been persecuted against and genocided. They've been pushed out of the territories that have been historically sort of inhabited by them, by the Tamil people, and the situation escalated, and sort of finally escalated into what we would consider a crime of genocide. That is the TLDR of the situation, historically speaking, as I understand it. I definitely should be doing a lot more reading on it, but as basically, I think I'm not being super inaccurate when I say this is basically what happened. So this is why it's important that the incident began after a Tamil family were driving in Jaffna on Saturday evening when two motorcycles crashed into their vehicle. The incident sparked an assault by the security forces and protests outside at a newly built occupation police station, with video footage and testimony from the victims capturing the flaming tensions. And this is where we get into the story. This is like the most outrageous part of the story, which I don't know. How does one even do that? I mean, of course, historically it's been a thing. The Nazis did it, of course, unsurprisingly. Many different sort of, but it's such a blatant I guess I'm gonna talk about it when we get to it. I'm getting ahead of myself, and it's not good. There we go. As we were coming along the road, the two motorcycles overtook us and collided, causing them to fall, said a Tamil woman as she held her baby outside the police station in Chunakam last night. She was traveling with her sister, husband, and child at the time. Again, pretty important details to the whole thing. We stopped our vehicle as there was no fault on our part. The people who fell were drunk, and passerby said that not to worry as he was under the influence of alcohol. So the family was not responsible for the accident at all. The fault was with the people on the motorcycles who were drunk. That is also an important detail to the whole story, considering how it unfolded. As they got out of the vehicle, to inspect the damage, more men started arriving at the scene. Suddenly, officers dressed in civil clothes came and asked my husband for his license. She continued, he did not provide it because only traffic officers are entitled to request it. So just people in civilian guards, just some random, from their perspective of course, some random guys just came up to them and were like, hey, show me your documentation. Like, of course you'd be like, wait, are you a cop? Can you, like, can you provide anything that would give you, like, the authority to ask me for my documentation? Like, it's pretty, like, it makes sense that if a random person from your perspective just comes up to you and requests for your documentation, you would basically be like, no. At that point, the men who were not uniform and had not identified themselves, so they had not identified themselves as police, began to assault the Tamil family. The woman says both she and her husband were beaten at this point. She managed to phone her brother and inform him what was happening, but as he arrived, he too was assaulted. So the situation basically right now is family in a car hit by two drunk motorbike riders. None of the fault for the accident is on their side. They came out of the car to inspect the damage. Non-uniformed cops went to them and demanded documentation, and when they refused, rightfully so, because they have not identified themselves as police, they started attacking them. And this is not a freak accident. This is not some sort of wild, out of the ordinary thing. This is part of the more systemic and systematic, for that matter, terror campaign of the government against the Tamil people. I'll say that much. The police hit him and my sister, she said. My child fell on the road, she continued, on the verge of tears. They picked my child up and threw her into the bush. So they basically, I think it will be said earlier, like later, or it was said earlier in the article that the child is 2 months old. So basically the police officers who never identified themselves as police, who were just in civilian clothing, assaulted a 2 months child, a 2 months old child. They picked my child up and threw her into the bush. As my husband tried to get in the van with our child to go to the hospital, they dropped the child and hit him with their hands. A police officer in a blue t-shirt stood in front of our vehicle with a metal pole, threatening to break it if we moved. They struck my brother repeatedly with the pole as he tried to take the child to the hospital. Like, there's no justification for this. There's no justification for attacking a family over refusing to show documentation to random people who just might be anybody. And especially there's no justification under no circumstances of assaulting a 2-month child. Unless, again, like, it is no secret that a thing that we know as a genocide in Sri Lanka has been happening, is ongoing, that there is a very deliberate campaign against people Tamil people in particular in Sri Lanka. And I think it's just not talked about at all. Like, you don't hear about it in the media. There's absolute silence about it in the media. Nobody talks about it. Nobody really talks about incidents like this. It's just complete radio silence. And I think it's not okay. I might not be a super expert on this topic, but I think this is outrageous enough to discuss on its own. Like, sure, I can do more research into this, and I probably will, but I don't think you need an in-depth understanding of the situation in Sri Lanka to know why this is extremely bad, right? I don't think you need to be an in-depth expert on the topic to understand why what happened here is just inexcusable. If we hadn't picked up our child, they would have stomped on her and killed her. An outraged crowd gathers, which, thank God, at least there's some reaction from the crowd. Because if there were no reaction from the crowd at all, that would have been the most depressing thing that I could think of. In the hours after the assault, an angry crowd had gathered outside of the police station in Chunakam. The plainclothes officers in question, in addition to beating both the woman's husband and brother, had arrested them and taken them into custody. And this will be said in a moment in the article, but they've also been refused medical aid. You know? They've been refused medical aid. Locals, including relatives and Tamil National People's Front, former parliamentarian Selvaraya Kayendran, I have to learn how to pronounce these names correctly. Thankfully, I may have a way of learning how to pronounce these things correctly for next time when I'll be covering these things. We're demanding to know why the man had been arrested and why they had not been given immediate medical treatment. Like, I guess I would add to that, why were the people assaulted? Why did, like, the procedure should be like this, in my mind. Even if the officers have no uniform, right? And they go to someone and like, give us your documents, identify yourselves, documents please. If the person refuses because only traffic officers can ask for documents, then you immediately pull out a badge, any sort of document, and identify yourselves as police. We're from the police, right? We're from the police, and therefore we're asking you for your documentation. It's procedure. It's part of the thing of assessing what happened here. This whole accident with the motorbikes, etc., of the car, right? That's how normally I assume it should happen. But no, the moment the person refused to give the non-uniform police people their documents, they assaulted them without identifying themselves as police, which I will repeat time and time and time again. They never identified themselves as police, they just assaulted them. In my 33 years, I have never seen such cruelty, said the woman's sister, who was also beaten herself. I thought they were thugs. They hit a 2-month-old child. They hit me on both sides of my head. This is anarchy. We are scared. We can't live. My brother's body is covered in bruises, said the woman, stating that he was beaten further after the men were taken inside the police station. Go and look inside, they gestured, pointing to the station as they stood outside. And the article continues. The newly opened police station in Chunakam is another imposing structure, one of several military and police outposts occupying the Tamil Northeast. See, occupying the Tamil, this is important because of this little historical context that is, there's this very organized effort by the government to push out Tamil people off the territory that has historically been inhabited by them. Yes, that is an important part. Outpost, and of course, the Sri Lanka is an extremely militarized country. Outposts occupying the Tamil Northeast. It has been more than 15 years since the Mulivaikal genocide that ended the armed conflict, and almost 30 years since Jaffna was under complete Sri Lankan military occupation. So basically what happened there was, and again I'm giving you a very short, simplified version of historical events, actually pretty common story when it comes to genocide, that the Tamil people were oppressed. They sort of tried fighting back against their oppression, and the response to them fighting back against their oppression, against being terrorized and killed, was that the government decided to genocide them. It happened in the past. It happened with Germany, with the German Empire, and North, I believe, Western Africa. To the Herero and Nama people. That was a thing that the German Empire entered Africa, started terrorizing people, killing people, treating them as lesser, and they decided to fight back, in which situation Germany decided if they won't serve us, they will die, and decided to genocide them. That is, people don't understand often that genocide is not something that is always pre-planned, premeditated. It can be something that is emergent based on the how the situation develops. Genocide can be something that is emergent from the situation. Yet Tamil Elam, the name of the Tamil Northeast, remains one of the most militarized places in the world. Sri Lanka's security forces is bigger in total number than that of several states, including Britain, with a military to civilian ratio that is one of the highest across the globe. As I told you, I believe they spend about 50% of their GDP towards military goals. This is an extremely militarized country, and it's also important to sort of remember that. The presence of the security forces is most acutely felt in the Tamil homeland, where the majority of Sri Lanka's troops are stationed. I wonder why. That intense militarization has brought with it an ongoing climate of impunity for continued human rights abuses. As described by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights earlier this year, torture, rape, and other abuses remain rampant amidst the ongoing violence and complete lack of accountability for it. Tamils have felt powerless, with many even looking to flee the island, and many have fled the island. I will add, many Tamil people have in fact fled their homeland because it just became unlivable for them. And you really cannot blame them for that. You really cannot blame people for fleeing in the face of genocide that the world is just looking at. The world is looking on and not really doing anything. That is the reality of the situation. The world is just looking on, and the whole topic is not even all that talked about to begin with. Like, a lot of people just don't know that it's even happening, that this sort of abuse is taking place. Which is why even if I'm just speaking to 10 people, it's basically 10 more people that know that something like this is happening. And that's not a small amount. It's certainly more than zero. I have seen you taken him inside that room, pointed another Tamil woman, as several locals confronted police officers at the barbed wire gate. of the police station. We're not going anywhere. In heated exchanges in Tamil and Sinhalese, the language of Sri Lanka's police officers, even in Jaffna, locals demanded the men be taken to hospital and treated for their injuries. One officer was caught on camera repeatedly going back and forth from the station, brashly confronting the crowd of men and women that had gathered. At one point he claimed that the police were doing their duty. At another point he claims the crowd were uneducated and drunk, telling them all to go home. The drunk crowd, the drunk, uneducated crowd. Okay then. Is beating civilian was part of your duty? Shouted one man. Sinhalese are killing Tamils, exclaimed another. Who did we hit? Said the officer, who spoke in accented Tamil. Go and prove it in court. Besides him stood several Sri Lankan officers, some with their phones out taking close-up videos of the crowd barely a meter away. Out of the dozen or so officers, only one was dressed in any official uniform. Out of dozens or so officers there, only one of them was dressed in any official uniform. You know? Oh, hello. Thank you for the raid. Thank you very much. We're talking about the Tamil family in Sri Lanka being assaulted by police without uniform that did not identify themselves as police. They demanded, I guess I'll give you the TLDR. There was an accident, traffic accident. A Tamil family was minding its own business, going somewhere in a car. Two drunk people on a motorcycle caused an accident with them. They went out of the car to ascertain the damage to the car, and some police officers were not wearing uniforms, never identified themselves as cops, went to the family and demanded they give them their documentation, like a driver's license or whatever. And rightfully so, they said no, only traffic officers can do something like that. Only traffic officers can demand documentation from us, so you cannot do it. From the perspective of the Tamil family, those were just some random people coming to them and demanding documentation. That's what happened from their perspective. And so, upon not receiving the documentation, the reaction of the police that never, once again, I will repeat it once again, they've never identified themselves as police, assaulted the family, and most sort of shockingly, assaulted a 2-month child. Like there's no world, there's no circumstance, legal or otherwise, that would in my mind ever justify police officers assaulting a 2-month-old child. So there we go. That's the situation that happened. We were talking about an ongoing genocide happening in Sri Lanka against the Tamil people. That is basically, the world is silent about it. The world is not talking about it at all. Nobody talks about this issue. Also, by the way, if you would kindly be nice to me, I guess I should I've already introduced myself when I called in. Go to www.lucyhaze.org/live to be in the better chat, which I have no clue how to display it on my laptop setting, but I will work on it. I will work on it, and then you'll be able to see me live on the chat from the White Forest. I know that White Forest is not liked by everybody, but it helps me going, especially since I've had some translator fees for the interviews that I've done. So any donation or subscription on the page would be highly appreciated, because I've been doing some interviews. Polish and Ukrainian may be similar, but they're not identical, and it feels pretty disrespectful for me to conduct an interview by using Polish plus very bad Ukrainian. So I just got a translator. I got translators to help me sort of with the interviews. You know, I think that's the more respectful thing to do. To just not try to wing it with a sort of like a hodgepodge of similar, albeit different languages. Just get a translator. The Sri Lankan police initially denied they had taken anyone into custody. This is a red flag right there. They've denied arresting anybody, and they've definitely arrested members of that family, and they've beaten them at the police station. Yeah, probably a browser source, but I don't have access to that particular Google account in Ukraine, so I have to. Oh God, well, I'll figure it out somehow. We are scared they will harm my brother and husband, said the assaulted Tamil woman. This child could lose her father, and without them, we have no one. Also, the child could have been killed as well. I will reiterate it. A small child was assaulted, thrown into the bushes, hit, 2-month child. The police say they don't know what we're talking about. How can you hand over someone you don't know? How can I live tomorrow if they kill my brother and my husband? Given Sri Lanka's long history of abductions and enforced disappearances, her fears are well-founded. Over several decades, tens of thousands of Tamils have been forcibly disappeared, many last seen in Sri Lanka military or police custody, and then never heard from again. Again, this is a topic that is not talked about at all, okay? You will not find many political commentators, or I'm going to be honest, you won't find this a lot in the mainstream media either. I don't turn on the news on what's happening in the world and hear about the oppression of the Tamil people in Sri Lanka. It just does not happen. To this day, Tamil mothers continue to protest along the streets of Tamil Eelam, demanding to know the whereabouts of their loved ones. We want justice. With dozens of Sri Lankan officers now outside of the police station gate, tensions rose and tempers continued to flare. Tomorrow you will be on election duty, shouted one Tamil man at the group of Sinhalese police officers who were being chauffeured back inside the station. Suddenly one of them lurched to pick up a rock. The man who was seemingly aiming it at sat on the floor, daring the officers to hit him. "You are the one who threw the rock at the police," another seemingly more senior officer shouted at the Tamil man, unaware that the whole incident was being filmed. Do you think part of why we don't hear about this issue is the fact that there is no great power with an interest in backing it or exploiting the conflict? It might be part of the reason. Honestly, a lot of these conflicts that are like, I know that there's another big conflict that's not really being talked about enough, in my opinion, that's Myanmar. And that's probably because a lot of countries all around the world from all different spheres of influence simply do business with the Myanmar's oppressive junta. So you have, like, there's a whole list of countries that just do business with the junta, enabling them to terrorize their own country in this ongoing civil war. So there might be many reasons. It might just be seen as a thing that is not worth covering, that the Tamil people are just not really worth the trouble. As you've said, there's no real perceived interest in pursuing this issue. But I have to look more into it. Yeah, I'd have to look more into it. As I said, I'm not a huge expert on this topic, so I have a lot of learning when it comes to the situation in Sri Lanka. But I will say this. This incident alone was so bad, and I don't think many people sort of discuss it, that I think it's just worth talking about. Right now there are 60 people in the chat, so it's like, I guess 60 more people learning that something like this is happening, which is not an insignificant amount of people learning about such a thing happening. So they started trying to accuse the civilians of throwing the rocks at the police, not knowing that they were being filmed. As more officers began marching out the station, the Tamil man's friends began pulling him back and away from the danger ahead. As he continued to shout at the officers, "Go, run away!" the officer kept repeating as the Tamil crowd hastily retreated. "We want justice," pleaded the Tamil woman to reporters outside of the police station. "My brother's body is covered in bruises. The public won't come toward as witnesses, but there is CCTV footage. We want justice." Custody for another week. On Sunday morning, the two Tamil men were marched before a Sri Lankan court. During the proceedings, we highlighted the unwarranted actions by the police force, those meant to uphold the law and protect the public, who instead acted beyond their authority, said N. Kandepan, a lawyer for the men. Despite a political change to Anura Kumara Dissanayake, the nature of these incidents has not changed. The police force's brutality and the lawlessness persist, which is saying a lot, considering that, the police is supposed to on paper represent law and order, but lawlessness just rules when it comes to brutality against the Tamil people. As you are aware, a member of the police force in Chunakam, Officer Sigera, was previously involved in an incident where he attacked and killed a person, placing the body in a well, which led to a case against him, said Kandepan, highlighting the torturous history of Sri Lankan police brutality. No, similarly, the arrested individuals have been taken to the police station where they were brutally assaulted. The two men now remain in Sri Lankan custody for at least another week. One of them is currently receiving treatment at Jaffna Teaching Hospital, while the police officer accused of assaulting the man has himself been admitted to Telipalai Hospital. As we have filed this case against the police, it has now been handed over to the Deputy Inspector General of Police, who has instructed that the investigation continues, said Kandepan. We remain committed to clearing the name of the affected individuals. Given the climate of impunity for abuses on the island, however, it remains unclear whether justice for this case or for those before it will ever be served. And this is exactly why this needs to be talked about. This is exactly why this is such an important topic. There's a genocide happening in Sri Lanka against the Tamil people. It has its own historical roots in colonization, which we won't get into because I've given you a TLDR version earlier in the stream. And it's not being talked about like at all. It's like the topic does not exist, while it very clearly exists. So yeah, there we have it. There we have it when it comes to this topic. Alright? Okay. Oh, wow, that was a bit heavy, wasn't it? I think this is one of the, no, I think this is hands down the heaviest topic of the day that we've been tackling. So, I guess I will give the, no, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. And I hope you'll be here again. I hope I'm gaining some viewers. I hope I'm proving President Sunday wrong and that I'm gaining some viewership. Okay, I will give the chat a choice because I'm a person that loves democracy. So here we go. I'm going to start a poll in YouTube. The poll is on whether or not we want more political topics or if we want to relax a bit. More politics or relax with a game. More politics, please. Give us a game. Start. I'm gonna go grab a drink, and in the meantime, please consider voting. There are many people here, so there should be a lot of votes. Thank you very much. I'll be right back. I'll just grab a Coke probably. Oh. All right, I'm gonna check the results. Wow, it's pretty close actually. 9 votes out of how many people watching right now? 55 people watching, 9 votes. Let's go. Let's try to be more active. An important reason why Donald Trump won the election in the US is because many people did not turn out to vote. 15 million. So 53 people now. Point is, there's a lot of people watching. Also, I will say apologies for the horrible video quality. Apologies for the horrible audio quality. I don't have a camera with me in Ukraine because I'm streaming from Ukraine, and I don't have a microphone. I'm doing this all just from the inbuilt laptop stuff. So, you know, that's a thing. So unfortunately, I will try to remedy this. I will try to remedy this as soon as possible. I don't want either, Lucy. I want debates. Wait, you want me to react to debates? I mean, if you have a recommendation for a debate for me to react to, or if you have a person that wants to debate me, then Sure, I can debate. I can either debate or react to a debate, but you'll have to tell me what you'll have to tell me what you want, and then I'll do it. There are a few topics that I feel pretty confident on debating, and one of them is Ukraine. I'm pretty confident on debating Ukraine. So if there are any sort of volunteers to debate me on that subject, maybe we could talk about that. Debate Andrew Wilson on what? What should I debate Andrew? Wait, you mean Andrew Wilson from the Crucible thing? Or whatever his show is called? Listen, do you cover Israel? Not a lot. I don't cover Israel a lot because I don't know a lot about the conflict. I should learn more. Maybe I should cover it more. But I usually mainly cover Ukraine and its war. It sort of makes sense. I'm even here. Okay, so what would I debate Andrew Wilson on? I ask you while I look for the next topic to talk about because people want more politics. We have some Polish politics. I think that's something that people are not, generally speaking, very knowledgeable about. Permanent US base in Poland, did you know? Did you know that the US has established a permanent base in Poland? Which supposedly is a NATO game changer, which probably is going to be frustrating for me. Because usually those things are talked about while basically discussing NATO security, Europe security, as in Ukraine was just basically abandoned to lose. Ukraine's a lost cause, everybody. Let's just prepare to be attacked by Russia sooner or later. Be prepared. It just annoys me to no end. And I think annoy is putting it lightly. Hello, Greater Rain. Oh, hello. So yeah. Slovakian academic history. Oh, Slovakia. Oh my god. Don't even get me started on Slovakia and its anti-Ukraine sentiment. I could debate Andrew Wilson on why Slovakia is horrible on Ukraine and in general a pretty bad country for the European Union right now, but I'm not sure if Andrew Wilson would be interested in such a debate. I think Andrew Wilson will sooner debate me on why I'm a degenerate trans person. He's anti-aid in Ukraine. He doesn't agree with you about any trans topic or any leftist positions you have. You could debate him about anything, really. Wait, hold on. I think he went by Big Papa Fascist at some point. Didn't he? Tier 1 subscription. Thank you so much for the Tier 1 subscription, Rifter. But the point is, and I'm going to be completely blunt here, as much as 50 people may be watching me right now, right? 50 people are watching me right now, and hopefully a lot of you will stick around because I am trying to grow an audience, okay? I am trying to grow as a content creator. As much as 50 people watch me right now, I'm still basically a beyond 1400 subscriber person. What would be the incentive for Andrew Wilson to debate me? I'm going to be completely ruthlessly blunt right now. I don't see why he'd want to debate me, to be quite honest. If I were a bit bigger, then maybe, but I would think that from his perspective, it would be like a waste of time. I don't think he'd agree. Right? Like, the problem is that as much as I feel that I not do terribly in a debate, I don't think a lot of people would be willing to debate someone of my size. There are not many takers when it comes to debating. I guess I debated Lonerbox, sort of, which ended up being just a friendly conversation. But other than Lonerbox, I don't think many bigger content creators would be willing to debate me on anything. It's Big Papa, that's him. He's a nice guy, really. He'll let you choose, but he won't debate about something he doesn't care or know about. I would add to that list that he probably would not debate anybody that he would see as nobody. And let's be honest, a lot of people would classify me as a nobody. He debates anyone. He's old school like Destiny. Oh, maybe. Maybe I will debate him. Andrew Wilson, the Big Papa fascist guy. Maybe I'll debate him on religion. He seems to be big on that. What did you debate Lonerbox about? I debated him on twice. I debated him once on when the actual Holocaust started as a genocide. And he said, I believe he said it was 1942. And I said, my argument was that since the persecution of Jewish people started in 1933, a case can be made that all these building blocks that sort of compounded, prepared the German society, etc., to be desensitized to the genocide, that those things, those elements were part of the genocide de facto, and therefore the genocide began in reality before 1942. That's basically, that has been my whole thing. Right? That's been my argument for the thing. The second debate was about, I guess Lonerbox had a debate with Kevin Logan. I believe it was Kevin Logan. And they discussed Israel-Palestine. I'm not a big expert on Israel-Palestine, but I reacted to that debate and I had certain sort of questions, doubts, misgivings about what was being said in the debate. And for example, among them was that Lonerbox said that depriving a population of electricity does not constitute a war crime. And I sort of made a case for why it could or would be a war crime to sort of take away electricity from a population. I guess one of my argumentation was that many critical infrastructure, including life support systems, depend on that electricity functioning within the city, wider city structure. So that would make it a war crime in my eyes. Right? That makes sense? I guess that's one. There was one instance in which I sort of threw my hat into the ring of the Israel-Palestine discussion as the biggest Polish trans-Jewish content creator. I happen to be also a Polish Jewish person. So that's, I guess to some people that would be a factor, even though I don't think it's a huge factor, but I suppose to some people it would be. You have to realize that Lonerbox is not an honest actor in the slightest. He absolutely knows better and he's just lying. He has denied every single war crime imaginable. He isn't, I mean, I'm not sure if I go that far. I don't know. Maybe I'm just more charitable. I don't know. Let's talk about the Polish US base. I think um we're talking about we're going to be continuing a topic that I've talked about yesterday. And I've been very bitter when I talked about this because, again, a lot of recent talk in Europe to me feels like, oh, we better prepare. In a few years, we're going to have to be fighting against Russia. In a few years, Russia is going to be attacking us. Russia, Russia, Russia. But all of it sort of ignores the existence of Ukraine and that Ukraine is fighting a war right now. And it just makes me ask so many questions. If Europe and the US is now, it became very questionable if the US will continue aid to begin with. But let's assume that, let's move back to before Trump was elected. If the US wanted and Europe wanted Ukraine to win the war against Russia, then why is Europe constantly talking about needing to be ready to wage war against Russia in a few years? If Ukraine would be given what it needs, in my mind, of course, if Ukraine would be given what it needs to push out Russian forces and then given the means to reinforce itself, to establish itself sort of as a country of a military that would deter Russia from further attacks, then what attack on Europe would we be even talking about? This scenario of we will have to be ready in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, or any arbitrary number of years only makes sense if Europe is sort of talking on the one hand about supporting Ukraine, but actually sort of kind of quietly preparing for it to fall and to be ready to repel a Russian attack. That's how it always reads to me. I'm sorry, there's just no other way I can see it. There's just no other way to see it for me. Considering that, like, Poland keeps talking about securing its airspace, securing its air against the Russian threat. You know what would be the best way to secure Polish airspace from a Russian threat? It would be by securing the Ukrainian airspace that is being attacked right now. A secure Ukraine is a secure Poland. There's no denying that. It would be silly to make a case that a secure Ukraine would not guarantee a secure Poland. I think only a very misinformed person would make such a case. So it's ridiculous. I mean, I guess I could go for the Andrew Wilson. I think talking about the threat to Europe is a good way to mobilize increased support to Ukraine and the population. The problem is that what it feels to me is that what it seems to mobilize is the individual nation states in Europe ramping up their defense spending, their armies, their stuff, without increasing significantly the aid to Ukraine. It's like that all the European Union is bunkering up without giving Ukraine what it needs. And that again just smells to me like saying, well, we're actually not that sure if Ukraine is going to prevail in this war. So we sort of have to look out for ourselves, and we have to ramp up our armies to be ready in case something happens. You know? Like when Poland buys all the newest equipment, all the newest systems, etc., and says that they will absolutely not share any of it with Ukraine, how am I supposed to take it? Poland's not being attacked, Poland's not being bombed, Poland's not being in any immediate danger. Ukraine needs those anti-air systems. Ukraine needs shells. Ukraine needs planes. Ukraine needs tanks. Ukraine needs all those things right now. For Ukraine, it's not a hypothetical in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. It's all happening right now. And the war is at its worst moment since its beginning. The, the, the war is at its most critical moment right now. Russians are pushing alongside the entire border. Russians are doing their best to push Ukraine out of Kursk in order to get a potential better deal with Donald Trump. Yeah, the left. Yeah, if Donald Trump cuts aid to Ukraine, it is difficult to be optimistic because I don't know if Europe can maintain the momentum by itself. Uh, the fact is that Europe would have big difficulty. I mean, financially speaking, Europe could do it. Europe has the money to do it. But the problem is that Europe does not have the manufacturing capacity to do it because Europe has been slacking on that front. And the problem is compounded by the fact that each nation state has its own quirks and individual way of approaching manufacturing of weaponry, and each nation state within the European Union has its own little tweaks to even standardized munition calibers, like the 155 shell, artillery shell that is NATO standard. But as it turns out, the individual EU countries have tweaked it just a little bit. So not all 155 caliber shells work on all systems, which Ukrainian people have sort of learned the hard way, receiving shells that should be working with a system from a different EU country, but they're just not compatible, as it seems, because of those little tweaks. There's no coordination, there's no unified strategy when it comes to what weapons are produced, etc. You know? So there you go. So there you go. Also, let's not be ban happy. Let's not be trigger happy on bans. But yeah, that's the situation, in my opinion. That is sadly the situation, in my opinion. A little bit of a game changer when it comes to Europe being able to help Ukraine is South Korea. But that's also an unknown because South Korea has the production capacity, and technically speaking, Europe could be, for example, buying weapons from South Korea and giving it to Ukraine. But the problem is that if Donald Trump is adamant enough not to let that happen, he would be able to not let that happen because South Korea is very dependent on the US, far more reliant on the US than on Europe. So if Donald Trump was like super adamant on no aid to Ukraine, no walkarounds, us not South Korea, you better not butt in with your weapons industry, then South Korea would be probably forced to comply. So there you go. All right. So yeah. Also, there is a really weird caveat to the Article 5. I'm not sure if many people discuss the fact that just because uh, a country sort of invokes Article 5, it does not actually mean that all the other countries have to automatically respond to it. NATO countries can actually refuse to respond to Article 5. So, you know, it is what it is. But it is a little bit of a loophole that can be potentially taken advantage of. So yeah. All right, let's take a look at the article about the Polish base, because this is something that we've been talking about, and I guess this whole rant that I just did is like a good entry point to read the article, I guess. The recently opened Redzikowo base in northern Poland, under construction since 2016, by the way. Already in 2016, Russia has announced this base to be a security threat to Russia. Already has been announced to be a security threat to Russia. It's the first permanent US military facility in the country and a key element in NATO's deterrence posture, said Wojciech Przybylski, the editor-in-chief of WiceGuard Insight. The base in Redzikowo and a sister site in Romania form part of a network providing cover against short and mid-range missile threats. You see, like this already frustrates me. Why can Ukraine be part of this sort of umbrella thing that would defend Ukrainian skies? It's not really fighting. It's not really attacking Russia to defend Ukrainian cities, Ukrainian civilians from Russian drones, Russian missiles. Like, I hear the sirens here almost daily, and recently Kiev has had endured one of the biggest attacks in a long time. Like, there's been a bunch of explosions in the city. I believe some people were hurt. Like, it should be a no-brainer that allies should give at least the capacity for Ukraine to be able to defend its citizens, its cities, its civilians. But no, apparently that's it's not so important. Like, it's more important to create this super duper extra anti-air system in countries that are not being bombed at all. Like, I'm sorry, it just baffles the mind. It just baffles the mind. And this is why on paper this is a great thing, this base existing, but in the context of the ongoing war, I'm not impressed. I'm just not positively impressed by this, all things considered. Maybe I'm just bitter. I'm just not impressed. The construction of the base has been carried over by several US presidents, said Przybylski, of different political camps. You're not just bitter? Yeah, you think that I don't know, it's really annoying. That speaks a lot in terms of the bipartisan position of the US government on Poland and the importance of Central Eastern Europe altogether. Przybylski also highlighted the Redzikowo base's significance for NATO's eastern flank. Poland should, Ukraine should be that eastern flank. Describing it as not just Polish base, but an element of deterrence against evolving threats. And realistically, Russia can only evolve into a threat to Europe itself if Ukraine loses. That's the only way that can happen. Let's be honest. If Ukraine wins and Europe integrates it and supports it, there's no way that Russia would be in a position to attack Poland, Germany, or any other country. There's just no way. This is no way. Moscow has already signaled its disappointment with the base, said Przybylski. That's one way to put it. Moscow has already signaled its disappointment. We're so disappointed with this naval base. Such a disappointing development. It goes against the plan of Moscow to undo NATO expansion, to undo membership of the Baltic states, Poland and Visegrad Group countries. The Visegrad Group is a political forum comprised of Poland, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Hungary. Slovakia, at the moment, is a pretty unreliable link. Slovakia is not in a good place politically. Not in a good place at all. Watch the entire interview about to get full scope of issues. So there we have it. I think there is a lot of chest beating, a lot of patting on the back, and I think the most important issue is being neglected. The issue of the ongoing war in Ukraine that has already entered its most critical stage. The war is like, I think, the most brutal than it has ever been, and at its most critical stage when it comes to how tense it is on the battlefield itself. Again, Russia's pushing on the stretch of the entire front line and trying to push Ukrainians out of Kursk before Trump's inauguration. Tell me why you hate Slovakia and more about Slovakia. I don't like Slovakia right now because its government is very EU skeptic, so to speak. Like the Law and Justice Party has been European Union skeptic, and also because it's very anti-aid to Ukraine. It's very anti-Ukrainian. Slovakia is not providing any aid to Ukraine. The government refuses to do anything of the sort. The Slovakian private citizens have created basically a fundraiser to fund shells to give to Ukraine. Citizens of Slovakia have decided to organize aid for Ukraine on their own. And of course, the government mocked this effort. Fico, the prime minister of, I believe he's the prime minister of Slovakia, is an extremely anti-Ukraine person. He basically, like, I guess maybe not on the same level of damage as Viktor Orban, but Slovakia is being ruled by a very anti-Ukraine and anti-Ukraine aid faction right now. That is why my criticism of Slovakia. So that's it. That's the reason. That is the reason why I'm criticizing Slovakia right now. They are, but they're still willing to cooperate with Russia. China is still willing to cooperate with Russia. So there you go. That's the second topic of tonight. Second political topic. So I guess if you enjoy is a weird word to put here, but if you find what I do interesting and or informative, if you think that I'm a pretty good streamer, so to speak, if you think that you're learning anything new, that the commentary is in any way informative, then I would recommend that you join this page, lucyhaza.org/live, and consider subscribing there. Consider and most of all, consider returning for next streams. I will be a great help, because I am looking to, as I've said before, I am really looking to sort of, I don't know, grow as a creator, and I'm gonna be honest, it's not extremely simple. It's not extremely simple for a Polish creator with a accent who speaks about history and stuff like that to have a huge audience. I'm rather on the low end usually. I have like between 10 and 20 concurrent viewers usually. Hey, maybe with time and effort that will sort of change. Maybe some of you will return to watch some of my coverage. Also, I'll definitely be giving you I sub. Do you have a time you normally stream? Yes. I usually try to stream when I'm in Ukraine. I usually stream at 11, um, an hour before midnight Ukraine time. That's usually when I start streaming. Tomorrow, definitely, I'll be giving you my report on the animal shelter thing, because I'll be going to an animal shelter again tomorrow. I'll be building little houses out of wood for dogs that have been basically affected by the war. They're the silent victims that cannot speak out for themselves of the war in Ukraine. They're all the dogs that have been taken from the front line and are now in an animal shelter, I guess, waiting for people to take care of them. And they're in those little pens of theirs. They're very, very nervous because they went through war experience. So they're not really stable emotionally. They can be very violent. So they need those little houses inside of their pens that they can sort of go inside and hide in. And part of the volunteering work that I've been doing today and that I'll continue to do tomorrow revolves around taking old planks of wood or even whole doors and pulling them apart and building those little dog houses out of those old planks. So that's going to be my day tomorrow. Volunteering at a animal shelter north of Kiev to sort of give some nice animals a little hiding spot, a little bit of a safe space, so to speak. But yes, my normal stream time is 11, an hour before midnight, Ukrainian time. Does that make sense? Does that help in any way? I hope that helps in some way. Okay. Oh gosh, I've not been talking a lot about the... Oh my god, I've been doing so many interviews with people from the organization Save Ukraine, the organization that saves children from Russia, that this topic is very fresh in my mind. This topic is extremely sort of... I guess I do a lot around this topic, as it turns out. And now there's an article, Deported Ukrainian Children Being Groomed for Russian Military, Ombudsman says. And this is a thing that is a huge, huge problem that has been happening not just now. This has been happening since 2014, when Russia took over Donetsk, Luhansk, created those separate republics, quote unquote, by... let's not get into that. Crimea. Russia has been grooming the children from there since 2014 and recruited them into the military and sent them against Ukraine for further conquest. That has been a very consistent thing. And now it seems like Russia is continuing this. Russia is just continuing doing the same thing, which is of course very consistent with what I've been told by the workers of the organization that I've interviewed, that Ukrainian children start receiving summons to the military as early as being 15. They sort of receive, even when they're in school, they're like 15 years old, and they suddenly receive, hey, prepare to be ready for the military in 3 years. They literally received such like a summon. Prepare to be ready to join the military in 3 years. And of course, apart from that, the Ukrainian children are sort of peer pressured into joining paramilitary organizations that sort of train children into becoming soldiers, like the UNARMIA. That's a very famous one. A UNARMIA is a whole huge organization, target sort of designed to make children into future soldiers, and it's a very elaborate scheme that involves politicians, veterans, uh, pop culture icons, sort of, or broader cultural icons that sort of go to these camps, hype them up, say how great it is, and young people are sort of captured by this prestige, by this hype of being this thing that is endorsed by so many famous people. It's actually pretty horrible. And it's been widely compared to the Hitlerjugend organization, the Hitler Youth organization. So make of that what you will, of the fact that this wonderful, wonderful Russian UNARMIA uh, paramilitary organization for the youth, the closest comparison that we can draw upon is the Hitler Youth. So let's read. Let us read the article. Welcome back, Radar, right? Ukraine's Human Rights Commissioner has said that over 19,500 Ukrainian children forcibly deported to Russia since the start of the full-scale invasion are being raised to be part of a new generation of the Russian army. That is actually a very big part of why the children are being kidnapped to begin with, to bolster this drop in demographics and to bolster the Russian army with people that are not the classical Muscovites. You know? Ukraine does the same. Wait, Ukraine does the same what? An entropy fan? What do you mean? If you think that Ukraine has an equivalent to the UNARMIA organization, then no, I'm sorry, no. I'm sorry, Ukraine does not have the equivalent of the Hitler Youth organization. I'm sorry to be the disappointing person here. No, UNARMIA is a pretty unique organization. You should look into it. Like, UNARMIA is not some... No, not like this. I'm sorry, not like that. Not in the way that it's done in Russia. No, I'm sorry, I reject this completely. I reject this completely. I'm sorry. This is just not true. That is completely inaccurate. Children in Russia, and Ukrainian children by extension that are kidnapped, are being indoctrinated in a very, very vicious sense that it's basically very okay to die. That it's a perfectly fine thing to, at any moment, sort of, that death is not a big deal if it's done in the name of serving the great motherland of Russia. I'm sorry, it's not a typical way when we're talking about grooming boys for the military, It's really not sold that way. The greatest thing you can do is basically die. Azov is a completely different thing now than it has been before. So you cannot meet. There's no comparison. You're comparing a single unit to an organization that 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 sort of enlists hundreds of thousands of kids. You're making a very silly comparison. Like comparing a nationwide, hugely uh, hugely sort of financed program, a robust program that involves celebrities, ex-military personnel, everything that you can throw at it, to a single unit having possibly facilities for training children. That's it. There's no comparison. I'm sorry. There's no comparison here. Uh, Russia stands accused of deporting thousands of children from Ukraine. Vladimir Putin and Maria Lvova-Belova, which both have an ICC arrest warrant on them for this very thing, the kidnapping of children. The Russian Presidential Commissioner for Children's Rights in office have had International Criminal Court arrest warrants issued against them for the alleged unlawful deportation of children from occupied Ukraine. Interestingly enough, from one of the interviews, I've learned that Maria Lvova-Belova has actually written an extensive report on the organization that I've been interviewing lately, and that uh, the organization that I've been interviewing has been deemed an extremist organization in Russia. Lucy, did Lucy get raided? Yes, Glitchmaster. We've been raided. We have been raided. The children face identity changes and military-style education, Commissioner Dmytro Lubinets told the media outlet Euronews. Of the tens of thousands of Ukrainian children who have reportedly been taken to Russia from Ukraine, only about 1,000 have been taken back. And about 500 or 600 have been taken back by the Save Ukraine organization that I have had the pleasure of interviewing thus far. And I'm probably going to do a few more interviews with them as well. Lubinets added that Moscow's deportation of Ukrainian children began during its 2014 invasion, which is true. That is certainly true. But it got more attention after 2022. But it has been happening, of course, since 2014, and these children have been sort of groomed into becoming soldiers that now fight against Ukraine. That is a sad reality. With the first recorded case occurring in annexed Crimea, a decade later, these deportations allegedly continue across all Russian-occupied areas of Ukraine. Ukraine has managed to confirm 19,546 cases of forced deportation affecting orphans, children without parental care, and those with families still in Ukraine. There are also different sort of cases. There's a case where a child lives with a parent in Russia, the parent dies, and a second parent from Ukraine comes to collect the child, but Russia stands in the way of that and sends the child to a foster family. That is a thing. That is a thing that happens as well. You know? we're not talking about conscription on Entropy Fan. You're lost in the sauce. I'm sorry to say, we're not talking about conscription. You're talking about a totally different thing. You do not conscript children. Okay. Jesus. Ukraine has managed to confirm 19,000 blah blah blah. Yes. After their relocation to Russia, Ukrainian children's identities are reportedly altered to sever their connections to Ukraine, making it difficult for relatives to find them. Once Ukrainian children are deported to Russia, local authorities try to erase any of their connection to their homeland. The children are being brainwashed, Lubinet said. Basically, the way it goes a lot of the time is like your parents don't want you anymore, nobody's gonna come to get you, nobody's gonna come to collect you. If anybody wanted to come to collect you, they would have done it a long time ago. See, nobody's coming to get you. That must mean that nobody cares about you. We're the only people that care about you. By the way, there's a bright future waiting for you in the military. You'll get a house, you'll get a huge payment. So start learning how to be a soldier from the age of 13, 14, 15. So there you go. I'm sorry, what you're doing right now, Entropy Fan, I'm gonna say it, is basically saying, wow, the Nazis might have committed the Holocaust, but you know what? Europe was pretty anti-Semitic as well. So let's not pretend that Nazi Germany was some special case. Let's not go into caricatures. There were pogroms in Europe, right? I'm sorry, that's the equivalent of what you're doing. And I'm gonna stand by that. And no, you don't know what you're talking about, even with the prisoner thing. Even with the prisoner thing, you're showing that you have no clue what you're talking about. It's a completely different thing. You're just saying, oh, prisoners here, prisoners there, basically the same thing, and it's brushed under the rug. No, it's not brushed under the rug. And the conditions under which the prisoners that are being conscripted are night and day different in Ukraine and in Russia. Night and day. You would know if you looked into it before jumping to conclusion based on basically just knowing that it's convicts in both cases. Like, it's not, yes, they can in the case of Ukraine. So you're wrong right there. Yes, they can. They cannot agree to be conscripted, believe it or not. They're not forcefully conscripted in Ukraine. You can look it up. They're being offered conscription in Ukraine. They're not forcefully, oh, you're out of prison, you're in the military, that's your fate. Get used to it. So you're already wrong. Already you're wrong about the topic. And there's a very strict limits as to which convicts are even given that proposal. So that's already a second thing. That's night and day different from Russia. But you'd actually have to take some interest and actually look into the thing rather than depend on slogans and That's cute. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna engage in that. I'm not even gonna engage with that. Uh, we read that. Passports, birth certificates, all the information is also changed into Russian, he added. So basically, this is where the problem begins when, for example, a parent wants to go to Russia and retrieve the child because on the border they say, wait, but this child has a Russian document. This child has Russian documentation. This child is a Russian citizen. You cannot just take away a Russian citizen. No, we're not arguing against box standard liberal values. I'm arguing about the fact that you think that there is an equivalency between what Ukraine does and Russia does, which is, I'm sorry, it's just a really silly thing to say. And I've already told you what this is the equivalent of, and I'm just going to leave it at that. Like, I'm sorry, you're being reductive to the point of it being ridiculous. You're being reductive to the point of it being a parody almost of itself. Oh yeah, Russia might be doing it, but Ukraine sort of does it as well. It's all good. It's all the same bad thing. It's really, what's the difference really? It's so bad. Both sides are pretty bad, right? But whatever. Okay, I'm ending this. No call. I'm not receiving any calls. Nope. 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 Not happening. And no, I'm not justifying everything a state does. That's not my point at all. It is not my point at all. So I already know what you want to say. So no. Uh, he also revealed that these children are often required to join Russian youth military groups regardless of gender. We see in that all the details of colonial policy of Russian Federation against Ukraine, and I really believe that the main goal for Russians for the deportation of Ukrainian children is to raise a new generation of the Russian army, which is true because it has been historically done since 2014. Well, then make it clear in the chat. I'm trying to go through this article. All right. Let's finish. I just have a few guys. Editing this will be a nightmare. Maybe I wouldn't mind as much if I had an editor, but I don't. We see in that all the details of colonial policy of Russian Federation against Ukraine, I really believe that the main goal for Russians for the deportation of Ukraine children is to raise a new generation of the Russian army. I've already read that. That's just Lvova Belova has defended the relocations, even saying she adopted a teenage boy from Mariupol, which has been fairly early in the invasion. A Ukrainian city taken by Russian forces in 2022. Ukrainian authorities allege that other Russian officials are also involved in these deportations. Lubinets told Euronews that he fears many more children are at risk. Now that more than 20% of Ukrainian territory is under Russian occupation, 1.5 million of Ukrainian children live on that territory, and the Russian Federation can deport all these children to the Russian side. And there you go. That's it. That's a topic that I've been about a lot lately with all the interviews. And I'll probably be interviewing families that have been rescued for the occupied zones. God, if I might even be able to, we'll see. Maybe with a psychologist present, I'll even be able to talk to some of the children, because I am curious about some of the testimonies of the children that I've heard been told that World War II, for example, never ended. But we'll see where that will go. We will see where that will go. Okay, I guess call it now. We're finished with the article, so I guess you can call it now. Sorry if I sounded a bit rude. But, I'm trying to do one thing, and then I get distracted by this sort of weird equivalency thing. Also, no, an entropy fan. A woman offered protection by a prison guard cannot say no, technically speaking, even because the guard may then harass the woman and take revenge, which is not exactly a thing that technically speaking, that the Ukrainian government can just do against its prisoners. Oh, you don't want to join the military? Then I guess we'll harass you till you do. Can you hear me?
Hello, Lucy.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Also, you could make an argument that reducing your prison sentence to community work is coercion and bad, by the same logic.
Community work doesn't generally carry the risk of rape by bodily harm.
That's irrelevant. It's still coercion. Coercion is not defined by bodily harm.
Sure.
If you reduce your sentence by doing community work, that's coercion. So I guess community work should not exist in that way for prisoners, because they cannot consent.
I think prisons are a very, very bad thing.
Well, they exist, so we're living in the world where prisons exist. We may think about a world where they wouldn't, but they do.
Sure, but when you're talking about principles coercion is bad, then you're...
Yeah, but we're also living in reality where a gigantic genocidal force is threatening the existence of both the prisoners and the non-prisoners.
Sure.
So it's very easy to talk about principles from a position of safety.
I am not here to disagree that times are dire and that there's a real threat at hand. That's not the thing at question. I think that there are lots of things that are...
It's the same as with the conscription thing. Oh, how dare you conscript Ukrainian people? It's coercion, it's bad. Well, I'm sorry. between having more Buchas, Irpins, Iziums where people are being thrown into mass graves, shot in the head, yes. A country needs to make a decision of conscripting people, yes.
Yes, but that that doesn't that 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 makes it a bad thing that we can we can excuse.
Well, then just
Um,
don't say that it's basically the same as what Russia does.
well, I mean, if Russia was like, if Russia was not doing those things,
I'm fine calling
would
it
you
a lesser
say
evil. I'm fine calling it a necessary evil.
okay? But if Russia wasn't doing those things, that would that make what Ukraine is doing worse?
What do you mean? If there
If
was no
Russia
Russian,
wasn't
that's a silly
conscripting,
argument because if Russia was not
no,
doing
if
what it
Russia wasn't,
does, then Ukraine would not be doing this. So that's like, what are we talking
like
about?
no, like Russia conscripting people in such a brutal manner is not the same as them waging a war against Ukraine. Though they could be waging a war without conscripting people,
Well, yeah, but that's
right?
so. First of all, it couldn't, but yeah, let's just say that it could, but
But then
it couldn't.
but but then you're kind of losing that that like I'm not saying that it will make it less justified. I think that when times are dire, there is some compromises, even as atrocious as they are.
Well, yeah, but I already said that I'm okay with calling it a necessary evil. So why? What's the problem?
But I'm not sure where the comparison with Russia gets
Well, I
used
didn't make it.
in that case.
That's the whole thing. I said not to compare it. Yeah.
It's should you defend it? Should you say that it's like not as bad?
Well,
then?
defending something is not the same as saying that it's good. I will defend conscription, but I'm not saying that it's good.
Sure, but the ground that you used was that it's not as bad as what Russia.
Well, yeah, but because it's
Right.
factually true, it's still not as bad.
Sure, but that's not a by way of saying that it,
It might be bad, but it's still nowhere near as
it.
comparable. Those
Yeah,
two
but
things
that
can be
doesn't-
true at the same time.
That's not something. Yeah, but that doesn't.
The person
justify
made a
by-
comparison, and I'm saying it's incomparable. So what's the problem?
But if it is, you said that it's not as bad, so you think
Oh,
it's
yeah.
comparable. You just don't think it's on the same level. It's like the comparison is skewed.
No, I'm saying that the level is not comparable.
The level. Well,
Yes.
then again, it is comparable. It's just skewed. The comparison skews one way.
No, that's not what people mean when they say that something's not comparable. When people say that the amount of death caused by the pogroms
But
is not even comparable to the Holocaust, they don't literally mean that you cannot compare 6 million here, thousands here. Yes, you can, but when they say that it's not comparable, they say that the scale here much outweighs the scale here. Okay? We're not literally saying,
Okay,
oh,
sure.
you cannot compare these things. That is not what's being said.
Sure, but it's not a by way of
And you can still call
I-
pogroms bad. Those things are not mutually exclusive.
yeah, But
So what is the
the thing
issue
I
then?
saw you doing was you shutting it down because it wasn't it wasn't comparable. But that's I don't think that's valid. I think you should say it's a necessary evil
Yeah, but
and leave it at
I never said it wasn't. So what's the issue?
yeah. But you tried to shut down the
Yeah, I
argument with
tried
saying
to
that
shut down the comparison.
I
Those things are not mutually exclusive again.
but there is comparison to be made there. It's like
Do I have to go back to the
there
example of the Holocaust and the pogroms again
does
to
that.
explain that I'm not saying that these things literally cannot be compared? My gosh.
But you were saying that they can be compared
No, I did not say that they literally
by
cannot be
saying
compared.
by shutting down the argument.
No, I said
with
that
it.
they're not the same. I did use that phrasing. Yes, maybe you didn't catch it.
No one said that they were the same.
Oh, I'm actually fan, so that basically was implying that.
But
So.
comparing things with each other doesn't mean that you're comparing things with each other doesn't mean that you eschew all context.
Okay, I never said that the problem is comparing things.
But you said that they aren't comparable.
No, I said they're not the same. I said the levels are completely different. I used the word incomparable in that context. Please trust me. I know what I'm saying.
I don't think saying that they are not comparable, even if what Russia is doing is much worse, is the thing that anyone should argue.
I did not say that the processes are not comparable. I said that the scale is incomparable. As in, one is much bigger than the other. And I've explained it with the example of the Holocaust and the pogroms. I'm not sure what you're not understanding here.
You shouldn't. I just wish you said those. It's bad, but we have to like it's.
Well, I did say that later. So again, what's the problem? I said it before you called in. I said it after you called in.
But you also used that they are. You also said that they are not comparable.
Yeah, because those two things can be true at the same time. Yes.
But those aren't responding to the same arguments. Those aren't.
So?
Those aren't the same. Those aren't.
Yeah, those are two separate things. Correct. So again, what is the issue here? I'm really not understanding what the issue is.
I just.
Yes.
Let me gather up my thoughts and we may talk about this later.
Okay.
Have a good rest of your stream. I'll still be in chat.
Alright, thank you. Jesus. Alright. I guess now I should ask again the stream if we want another big politics topic, or do we want maybe to relax a bit with a game? It feels like. Also an entropy fan. Do answer me if social work that would reduce your sentence is coercion and should not be a thing. Hold on. I should finish this and start a new one. One more topic or game. Politic game. Oh, coercion, again, coercion is not defined by bodily harm. Coercion is just defined as coercion, no? In fact, let's Google. I'm sorry, you cannot just add this element of if it does not cause bodily harm. The practice of persuading someone to do something by using force or threats. What are the three types of coercion? Coercion includes not only force but also acts of manipulation and persuasion that do not involve force. The three types of coercion generally experienced by psychiatric patients are legal status, coercive measures, and perceived coercion. You know that people can be coerced into pleasurable activities, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter, it's still coercion, isn't it? We will force you into doing this less painful thing by reducing your sentence. That's still coercion, no matter how much you look at it. It's just that it is much more of a sweet deal, but it's still coercion at the end of the day, according to what you're saying. You can choose to do this less painful thing, or you're stuck in prison. That's still coercion, isn't it? So it doesn't matter if you cite bodily harm. Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's a draw. 50-50. Just because it's nicer does not mean that it stops being coercion. If a prison guard, oh my god, I'm getting into some. Yeah, but it's still. By the way, you're making my point, an entropy fan. Oh, it's absurd to compare community service. Are you saying those things are incomparable? Are you saying those things literally cannot be compared? Oh, thank you. Thank you for making my point for me. I think I rest my case. Yeah, we can talk about this in private. No hard feelings. No hard feelings. I hope. I think people want the game. I think people want the game now. I think people have had enough of me. Hold on. Let's see how much longer I can stream actually. Alright. I'm still good. I'm still good to stream for a bit. This is just making me sad. It's because you're miss. I am your editor. You just don't call on me anymore. I do. I do call you on you. Oh my gosh. I did get raided today. Hold on. I guess we can play a little bit of a game. Alright. 56% of people want the game. No, I'm not doing that. It seems to me like you're projecting onto me something that you think I'm doing, and I'm not doing that. Again, I'm sorry to drop on this comparison again, but it's basically like saying, oh, you're saying that the scale of the Holocaust is incomparable to the scale of pogroms, is you basically trying to minimize the horribleness of pogroms and cruelty of them. Like, no, I'm not doing that. Alright, we're gonna play a game. I wanted to play Dragon Quest Builders, but we just might not have enough time for that, so... Oh gosh, what do we have time for? I guess some Valkyria Chronicles, but I might... We'll see how much time I still have.
Sega.
Sega. Is it on screen? Guess we're gonna play as Skirmish. Oh, hold on. Oh my gosh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh gosh, oh no. Oh my god, I'm so annoyed. Okay, we have to finish the game. Exit. I know. That's why I need to get it on screen. My gosh. Oh my gosh. Ich. Okay, now it should be on screen when I turn it on. It's gonna be on in a moment.
Sega.
Yeah. The comics is like the default background. Is the game on? The game's on. And I'm on as well. We're gonna play a single mission and then we're gonna have to wrap it up. I have to be on. Oh my gosh, the controller is not. Oh my god, will I have to turn the game off again? Oh no. Oh no, please don't tell me. Oh no. Please don't tell me I'm gonna have to turn off the game again. Please, please no. Wait, where's the phone? Did the phone die? Okay, I cannot see any chats now. Because my phone just died. Unless... Hold on, I'll fix this. Oh gosh. Oh no, it's working. Never mind, I just play a new window. If that's even possible. No, it's not possible. Whatever. I'm having technical troubles that I should not be having. But we've seen it's not on screen? It should be on screen. Wait, was it not on screen? Was the game not on screen, really? Thank you, Greater. Thank you, thank you. Windowed. Thank you. Windowed, thank you. Playing the game, windowed. I'm gonna put a let's put this here. What's the... I don't see the game. Oh my gosh. Will it not appear on screen? Uh-oh. Oh, I get it. I get it. Now it will appear on screen. Thank you. And now I can also have the chat. So I can have my cake and eat it too. I can have both the chats. I can have the chats, the game, and I have all my cakes. And I eat it. I eat them all. I've caused a debate and Jesus. There we go. One mission to roll them all and in the darkness bind them. We're gonna play, I guess. Okay, we're gonna play no, not an easy. We're gonna play a skirmish, and that's it. And then we're gonna finish for tonight. Because I have to be up in tomorrow to help with the animals. Jesus, conversation. The conversation in the chat became heated. Alright, we're gonna finish all of our enemies. There you go.
Yoshi.
よっしゃ
Alright, we're gonna do this quickly. If you want to raid someone new, after you could try activist, use network card. Alright. On YouTube, right? You mean on YouTube? Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, I'm just having problems here. My tank is stuck. And I've used almost all of my movement. That's fine. We got our mortar. There we go. That's how we do it. No. You always give me very good raid recommendations, so I will definitely choose one of these few people. There you go. We've almost done it. Almost done it.
Social KB.
Alright. Whew. It's been a very... Listen, someone said that they wanted a debate. I provided sort of a debate. So I guess... I don't know. Jesus. That's a weirdly tense... which I feel there was no need for that. But, yeah. Okay, we're almost done, and then I'll guess I'll retire to bed after this. They debated a couple of people. I know. My gosh. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna save the game. Thank you all for coming to this wonderful stream. I'm not usually super debating. I hope to see you tomorrow. We'll be talking about how the shelter experience went and other things that I will sort of prepare for tomorrow. Thank you. Love and solidarity still. And good night. Good night. Oh yeah, by the way, we are raiding into somebody right now. You're right. Yeah, we are raiding into... We're gonna be raiding into people. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Philippe Auguste. Okay, what was the name? Hold on. Active News Network. Let's try this. Copy, edit. So, yeah. Direction. Okay, let's try this. Active News Network. We're raiding into this. Uh-oh, I cannot raid into Active News Network because they need to give me permission to do that, so it's not an option. But maybe the other person. Here's Revolution. I guess we're doing that. We're doing that. This is Revolution? Okay. No, I cannot raid them either. They also need to give me permission, so I cannot raid any of them. I cannot... Oh, hello, John Boyce. Hello. Welcome. I hope to see you tomorrow. If you came in late today, you can always come in tomorrow. It's never... Boy Meets Me and gave you a couple of big compliments today on his stream. Oh, really? Oh, thank you. Vegcom is on. Okay, let's go to Vegcom. Vegcom, I think. Alright, let's raid. Alright, thank you very much. I will see you. Good night. Much love. And I finished stream. Also, yes, Judaism evolved from a form of not a pantheon, but something that's a bit different because there are multiple gods, but it's a bit different from a pantheon. But yeah, that's a whole story. It has its own technical name. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you tomorrow, John Boyce. Okay. End transmission.